Alrighty. So, we did get the packages pushed up. We've got the request schema and the types created. I believe on the front end, right, create the invite workflow. Yeah, so the email abstraction. That's going to be on our back end, actually. But one thing I need to do, we need to make sure we have the latest of those packages in the back end. And what's up, Nelson? How you doing? So middleware, that goes to version... No, not middleware. Data wrapper. That goes to version 27. And email up to 22. That is front end there. And yeah, what's everyone up to? You enjoying your Saturday? Okay, looks like we are not doing the gaming crew thing tonight. I'll be playing games. Not sure what. Kingdom Come isn't out yet, right? The new one. I should probably try and finish up Kingdom Come. All right, get the API going. And what up, Tafer? How you doing? All right, so we did that update. We need to, let's see, when it's doing the create, let's update. Ah, here we go. Let's think about this. That's up to you, man. You shouldn't be outsourcing that kind of decision to anybody. Let's see. Hold on. So, where am I creating the email client? Right. So we do send a different email to the user if they're new or existing. And we're going to have other templates we got to do as well. So let me just think about this. There's going to be a good like 4 or 5 places that we need to send emails. At least. Oh, and hold on. I got to do this. I've been forgetting to do my DigitalOcean stuff. So hold on. I gotta do that before they take everything down. But yeah, what I'm thinking is like, is there a way? Is there a way I want to do this abstraction? And yeah, I should, like, I'm not even using these DigitalOcean nodes. So I should just back up everything that's on them and then just kill it. Like, why am I even paying for this? There's no need. Yeah, so we'll figure that out. We don't need to do it today, but I'll probably just do that offline or something. And how's it going, Cinder? What's up there? Osis Nords and SQL injection port 8080. There you go. Yeah, yeah, I'm paying for idle machines at the moment too. I just need to kill them. But I don't remember if there's any like important data on them. So I got to do that part. I don't think there is, but just need to double check. Oh, I didn't know there was anything wrong with it. Yeah, what was the issue? Having issues downloading anything. What was the fix? To me, that just sounds like you just needed to disconnect it from the network. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Is he connected through Wi-Fi or plugged in? Because with Wi-Fi, sometimes you run into issues with like the DHCP, like double assigning an IP address. I've run into that a couple times. It is plugged in? Yeah, that's even weirder. I'd be curious what your router is. And if it hasn't been restarted in a while, that, kind of makes sense. A lot of routers kind of just need to be cycled like once every 6 months or anything anyway. And it still could have been DHCP. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird one. That sounds about right there, talented. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I used to have problems with a cable modem like that, where I'd have to like restart the cable modem every month or so. Yeah, there you go, talented, but not while it's plugged in. Mm, I don't think that's how that works. Maybe it is. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, the transformer would sit as a middleman between you and the wall. Do not try it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. All right, and isn't it usually like a function of both amperage and voltage, right? Like voltage is like the width of the highway, amperage is the amount of traffic on it. Both of those need to be sufficiently high. All right, yeah, just double checking that. There you go. It's probably not good for the toaster though. And do you have enough like ventilation in your bathroom? Because the carbon monoxide could kill you. NGAC, Mr. Sir, thank you for the sub. 52 months, man. That's a long time. Appreciate you. Well, I did miss some follows. So Captain Amari and SQL Injection Port 8080. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. I know, right? All right, so that's users update. Create is the one we care about right now, but let me go look at login again. Because we haven't actually sent an email for a long time. All right, so we're creating the client on the fly like this. And yeah, too much talking. Let's get to some synthwave or something. There we go. So creating this. I kind of want to do that in just one place. Well, you weren't even following. Thanks for the follow. No, no, it's fine. Sometimes Twitch loses those. Sometimes they focus the button and don't provide a like a confirmation of an unfollow. I don't know what the conditions are for that bug, but it's pretty annoying. Like, I think one mechanism of it is if you end up getting it auto-focused, but you don't realize and you think you're typing into your chat window, you hit space a couple times without even thinking about it. Pretty sure I've seen that. Oh, and here comes the ad break. What's up, Ayush, man? How you doing? I know that wasn't because of a bug, though. The refollow. Whoa, 3 months? Dude, Geck. Thanks, man. So there you go, Talented. You got 3 months to figure it out. Thank you, Geck. I appreciate that. Yeah, they should be. It's just more efficient to do it with Turbo. Then you get it on every channel. A space case, 240. It's huge, man. You guys are awesome. Mm. Yeah, hold on. When is the CFP due by? So yeah, I don't need any travel budget, which would be nice. Yeah, we may do a quick excursion into building something with AT Proto. I think that would be cool. Wait, what is Grazer? Oh, so this is like a way of like creating an algorithm of your own to consume Blue Sky, I'm guessing. Initial commit 3 days ago. That was them open sourcing it. And they're building it to be a billionaire proof system. I like the sound of that. Hmm. So yeah, I'm gonna need all your help in figuring out what we could make a talk about. And technically, like, yeah, we'd have to build something on AT Proto. What could we build on AT Proto? And realistically, we could just look at like existing apps, etc., for other things. I'm curious. Hold on, let me look at HubSpot real quick. Campaigns, email ads. Where in HubSpot do you do social media posting stuff? Hmm. Yeah, I know we have someone managing like the social stuff through HubSpot at GitKraken. I'll have to check with them about how they do that. I'm wondering if there's a way we could like set up like a third party server or something that HubSpot would hit, right? Like an if this then that kind of thing. That could actually be good. Yeah. Oh, like maybe we could just subscribe to the Jetstream and like, there's a couple things we want to do. Like we have a channel in which we see like all of like the Twitter posts that mention GitKraken. I believe that's just wired up through some if this then that stuff. Blueski. So yeah, like basically, if we listened to the jet stream and consumed that, and were able to post to a Slack channel, that would be pretty interesting. Now I wonder if this is open source. Yeah, okay, that could be an interesting thing. Let me add it to the Trello board. And damn, it's getting to the point where we're going to have to go through the archive again. I'll just throw it here. So, Blue Sky bot to post to Slack channel when mentioned, or something, right? I think that's already a pretty decent one. Yeah. So either one of those, I think I'd rather do LinkedIn, just because. But yeah, we could like watch the Get Kraken social media, and we could just aggregate posts over to Get Kraken's Blue Sky account. I kind of like that idea. Yeah, all right, I like that idea. Cool. Right, I would say that is probably lightning talk worthy. Probably not a full presentation worthy, but you know, since this thing's just right here in town anyway. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, all right. So, anyway, sorry, just had to brainstorm that a little bit because I like the idea. It's right here in Seattle. I need to start like looking at conferences that are here in Seattle. So hold on, how do we find that? Certifications, meh. Convey UX. Test Automation Summit, Software Symposium. Oh, that sounds fancy. AICon, Microsoft TechCon, and PowerCon. DataCon, Airflow Summit. No fluff, just stuff. Well, that looks like a broken website. That does not bode well. Clearwater, Florida. Doesn't look like they have a CFP. And yeah, how you doing, Sneaky? All right, so this is their website. Wait, where's the Redmond Marriott? Oh, it's over by Redmond Town Center. Oh, that's really close. Cool. Yeah, it doesn't look to me like they have a CFP, though. Which is kind of a bummer. Meh. Oh well. Just wanted to double check some of this stuff. I do consider this to be maybe not the best list of conferences in the area just because they don't even have the one, right? Like the AT Proto one. So yeah, this one doesn't seem to have a CFP either. That's weird. So I could always just send them an email, see what they say. Sorry, I just needed to look into some of this stuff. It's one of those things you got to get like figured out way ahead of time, you know? I mean, yeah, I like giving talks, especially if they're in the area and I don't got to go far. Oh, that sounds even better. So I was just looking to see if there's anything here in Seattle because technically atprotocol.dev, right? They are actually hosting an event here on March 22nd and 23rd. And they have a CFP. So, yeah, I bet I could propose like a 10-minute demo or short talk. That'd be cool, right? Is there a Blue Sky CLI client? There is. Okay. I was going to say, like, that might be fun to make. Yep, a few people have done it already. Deep Dish Swift this year, but you missed the deadline. I assume that's in Chicago because the deep dish thing. Here's the thing about those deadlines. If you manage to do it like within like a day of it going down or something, you can always just send them an email. Okay, you figured out why your card stopped working on Twitch. Turns out Xsola, their payment provider, is in your bank's yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Xsola, is that a Russian company? I would say based upon the CEO's name, yes. Oh, Cyprus. Okay. It was founded in Russia. And the fact that the CEO is still the same CEO is actually kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, it depends on when the deadline was, Sneaky. Like, if you missed the deadline months ago, then probably not going to happen. But if you can get to it within a week of the deadline ending, could be worth it. I would say the sooner the better. But especially because you're in the area, that means they won't be on the hook for travel budget or any of that stuff. That could be really worth it. But yeah, as quick as possible, right? Because they got way more stuff to deal with, like leading up to a conference. Yeah, I mean, up to you. But yeah, you know, automated things like deadlines like that, sometimes you can get around them by just talking to a person. We recently ran into that, but it was they said we had like, you know, the deadline was a specific day and the form didn't work on that last day. So, yeah, it was real easy for us to get the form like turned back on for us to submit real quick. That was kind of cool. And then Peruxnik, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But yeah, if you're in the Seattle area and you do stuff with AT Proto, might want to check it out. They do have a limited budget for remote speakers, right? So, you know, depending, you might be able to get some type of support for that. But yeah, definitely worth shouting out. Let me actually pass that along to someone. But yeah, definitely want to apply to that one. Means we'll have to actually do some work. So yeah, I'd like to get this launched up sooner rather than later. So we'll see how quickly we can hammer this stuff out. But yeah, so back to this part. What I'm thinking is we can make this we can make that be email provider, or and this we can just make as mock. Shit. All right, I just realized a mistake I made. We got to bump this to version 23. We'll leave those. Pre-publish build. There we go. Let me double check that the data wrapper also has that. I would say the data wrapper probably does. Yeah, it does. But we didn't have that for email. Oh. Yeah. We can just get rid of those. All right. All right, so now we do this. Wonder if I remembered to do that last night. All right, so version 23 is up there. I can show this again. Yeah, so then here, we just got to bump the version, reinstall. All right, so that installed. Do that. I believe we still get a failure because mock might not be the name. Oh, it might be the name. And we might be good. We could be done. No. I definitely did update that, right? Yeah. Yep. Definitely in there. I just think this is a case of needing to restart the DS server. Yep, that was it. Yeah. All right, cool. So we fall back to the mock service provider. And I think we are good there. Yeah. So then in any place that we need to send an email, yes, the way we're doing this. We kind of just need to set some value. And we can actually just make that be a constant. Not a big fan of ternaries, but I think this is not a bad one. But did I type it wrong? Yeah, I did. Oops. And then these are just backwards. So if user is new, we do new user. Otherwise, we do existing user. Because they are going to have separate things. So then, yes, we send the email. We're going to print out and debug all the data that gets sent to it, but that part's fine. We probably do need to await it. And then we can call that good. Yeah, all right, I like it. So then when we create a new business user, we should see the invite code get printed. We actually just want to do this as the link. But let me get more music going. Yeah, we actually do have that. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, we actually had that. I just forgot about it. Now, better type safety would be nice. I think the tricky part is that would require like a major refactor. Well, not a major refactor. Like, if we look at it, email client here. Instead of template string, we could make this just be a generic that takes in that map. And then we could guarantee that it's a part of this map. And then when we're doing the like new email client, we can just pass that. That's not a bad idea either. Yeah, let's do that. Or templates. Yeah, so it extends email templates. I would be fine with that. And wait, what's up? Sorry. How come I work on Saturdays as well? I don't consider this work. This isn't my job. This is one of the things I enjoy doing the most. So why wouldn't I want to do that on my weekend? So yeah, we'll do template extends that, and then dynamic data. Actually, what is template data there? Now, so that's the wrong thing. So yeah, string number or Boolean. I'm gambling on my self-made products. There you go. Yep. This is where this falls down a little bit. Yeah, later, Gek. Have a good one. Hmm. Hmm. This is a bit gross. Yeah, I use Super Maven for auto completion. That's it. Mm. Yeah, this is definitely getting a little heavier than necessary. Well, we can leave it. We don't need like the 100% type safety with that. Um, I do need to update Ghosty at some point, but I don't think we need to do it right now. Yeah, what I was hoping for is some like type safety around this, right? Because right now it would accept just any generic string. think as long as we have it here in an enum, I'm okay with it. But then like the dynamic data, right? We kind of need to create some kind of abstraction for. Yeah, I think I just need to like rethink the email client stuff. When I missed some follows, public avoid. There you go. And under your bed. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. Yeah, we'll call this good. I think that's fine. All right, so now we need to add a new user. Oh, tokens expired. And yeah, we'll need to refactor that whole magic link logging into just using the send email logic, which I think is fine. All right, so user invited successfully. Oh, and we need to sort these by like the created date, right? I don't know. We'll think about the sorting in a bit. But yeah, accept invite link. Sweet. But it resolved to invite existing user. That is not right. So we got a bug there. If user is new, So we know that user is new is false. Hold on, wait. Oh. Yeah, no. So that's the logic there. User is new is false, but that's the wrong logic. Yeah, I just need to invert it. Duh. Stoner. So then that'll do it. Okay. Yeah, invite new user. Yeah. Brain fart. Total brain fart. So now we want to do this with a completely brand new user. So we log out. And let's just say they got the link and they clicked it directly from the email. And boom. Okay, so hold on. We haven't added that accept invite page to the router. That was a step we missed. Probably want to route this a little differently. All right, so balances, settings. We do want it within the app. Oh, and that should be quotas like that. That was an odd bug. And yeah, we're going to want to refactor this to be lazy loaded here eventually. That goes in our notes. I think that's not necessarily like an MVP thing, though. It's JSTS biscuits jumping in where it probably shouldn't. For some reason, like it shouldn't even be active on this page. And hey, what's up, Spheriphoria? How you doing? Yeah, welcome everyone. So you were auto-injecting failure points into your Zig program. Oh, he rated you, and you were about to finish, so then you rated us. Sounds about right. Full-on double rainbow. Right? Boom, nailed it. You got to go, though? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for hanging out. Anyone coming from the raid, what was Spheriforia doing? Like, the title gives us a little bit of info, but I'm still a little curious. And yeah. Ooh, essential. Hold up. Hold up. That's an IT crowd reference, right? That's an IT crowd reference. My mom's on friend face. My mom. I've opened up a new avenue of communication with my mom. Isn't that a good thing? No, it isn't. Like, right? Come on. That's got to be an IT crowd reference. Because there's the bit where it's, oh, she's posted a new status. The word is essential or something like that. Like, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. That's an IT crowd reference. Maybe that's what he says. Yeah, I don't know. He does say it like a little weird though. And I don't know, the British accent could mean other stuff. Is essential like that a word? It's a media company. Yeah, it might have been just essential. I don't know. Damn, it might not be an IT crowd reference. Now I'm a little let down. So hypothetically, you have a friend with secret blah 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 studying to get security plus. What kind of opportunities would you be looking for if you have those two things with no prior IT experience, but you need to make enough to support a family? Is it possible? I don't know, man. Sorry, I'm sure anything's possible, man. The no prior IT experience is really tough. No, this is tea. I'd say it's, you know, getting to be about time for whiskey. And how am I so cool? I don't know, man. No idea. I did spend 10 years of my life as a snowboard bum. So maybe that's part of it. And hey, what's up? How you doing, glasses? But the beanies and the hoodies are because of the snowboarding thing. Boom. But yeah. How was your stream? I know you're doing like the deep seek stuff, right? Like, are you using like full deep seek, or are you using one of like the distilled? Technically, it's a different model deep seeks. Technically, it'll be bourbon. And you know what? Hold on. Yeah, let me just go dump what's stale from last night. 1 second. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, you were looking at the Mac Minis. I have one of the new Mac Minis right now. All right, I don't know if you remember, but my previous Mac Mini was from 2015, and I finally updated like a month ago. I maxed it out. So 64 gigs of RAM. And because it's the universal RAM, it counts as VRAM as well. Oh, interesting, the bread. Oh, that's cool. And yeah, because I know I mentioned this in your chat. I don't remember if you saw it or not. Basically, because I consider a Mac Mini like a decade kind of device, I think the 10 gigabit is actually a really smart idea. Especially for like how cheap it is, right? As an upgrade. It's like an extra $100. Just for that bit of future proofing, totally worth it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, let me know when you're back. I got some more questions. Yeah, I'm doing the lemonade mix right now. We went a little ham on the whiskey yesterday. Like, so much so that I went to sleep at like 10 o'clock or something like that. And then I slept until noon today. But yeah, the whiskey I'm drinking is Woodford Reserve. It's a bourbon. I typically only drink bourbons, but I've also got some Suntory Toki, which is a Japanese whiskey. They tend to be a little heavier on the corn, which gives it kind of a moonshiny kind of flavor. Hip of the top? Wait, what does that mean? I know those are words. I just don't know what they mean together. You're talking about top of the pops? Yeah, and yeah, the Mac Mini I have, right, because I maxed it out, it was like $2,400. But again, for what I do with it as a dev and, you know, wanting to mess around with local LLMs and all that stuff, totally worth it. And I also consider it a 10-year device. So at $240 a year, that's actually a pretty decent deal, right? Most gaming PCs don't last that long. Now, I have a separate gaming PC. The Mac Mini is just a dev device. That's it. I could start doing video editing on it. It's probably faster than my gaming PC for video editing now. And I do like work video editing on a MacBook Air. Any games I'm particularly into right now? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes out on the 4th, so 3 days from now. I would like to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, because I've never done that. So I'm currently working through that. Path of Exile, I'm looking forward to the new classes for that coming out, whenever that happens. I've got 3 characters at endgame already. Not like level 90, but I got one at like 80 something. I got another at like 79. Then I have another that's only at like 60 something. Yeah, if you're curious about the stack, I can show you some of that. So yeah, the dashboard here is React. We're using a little bit of React on the docs, and that's about it. For something like this, I really do think serverless is the way to go. So I'm using Architect, which is a backend framework. It's right there in the description, man. Like, maybe just read a bit. But I'm using a thing called Architect. That's fine. I would have actually been giving like SST or some of those other frameworks a try, like Pulumi, etc. No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know. But because of this like wrapper I have around Architect, it just, I don't know, like it's too much effort to migrate. Like I've built my own ORM on top of Dynamo. I've built out my own like middleware system and like common middleware. There's just too much stuff that I would have to like port over to some other framework. I do like that Architect actually aims for a single like Lambda per endpoint. You might think, well, why would you do that? Because there's actually like a limit to how many instances you can have of each like Lambda. Now, you're rarely going to end up hitting those, but for something like this, I think it might actually be a thing. So by being able to fan out endpoint based, we're good to go. Most applications wouldn't deal with that, but because this is expected to have a lot of like requests over and over again to like check people's balances and things like that, yeah, we need it to scale heavily. No, I've never done OpenCart. I remember checking it out back in the day, but no, I did Magento when I did PHP stuff. People complain about Magento being slow and heavy. I had it responding faster than WordPress sites. If you know how to set up a server, you can do it too. There is a lot of aggressive caching, but because e-commerce doesn't have that much dynamic data, it's not a big deal. And yeah, so I built my own ORM. It's like a wrapper around Dynamo. It's very much more like a query builder. All right, like it's very much just a query builder, not necessarily like an actual ORM. You know, like I'm not doing the active record style like item.save type BS. PHP's fine. Come on. We're not looking for any of that language stuff here, Pitbull. And then someone else asked a question, how do I serve the front end files? That's just going to be S3 and CloudFront, right? Because they're just static files. So yeah, you don't need to host those anywhere. They just, boom, live right there at the CDN. Any other architecture questions you guys would like answered? Before I start getting back to maybe talking about what we're doing today and the part that we're leaving off on. And then real quick, someone did ask a question, what is the spice with the guy shrugging? I have an extension called JSTS Biscuits. Technically, I have a few extensions along those lines. HTML Biscuits is the most useful one, in my opinion, because if you have a bunch of divs, how do you know which ending div is which? These are ephemeral, they're not comments, but I know that if you've done enough front-end dev, you'll sometimes see people do like an HTML comment saying what that ending div is. Right? Instead, the moment those are typed, they're basically out of date. And no one ever removes them. So it can be some cruft that just lives there. Whereas instead, these are ephemeral, and they're determined from just like reading the abstract syntax tree. So then in the similar way, if we go look at Code Biscuits, we've got a couple others. CSS Biscuits is somewhat useful. JSTS biscuits is the one that we're seeing, and it is probably the buggiest of them. Like, it shouldn't be kicking in on a markdown file, right? So there's an issue there. Another really useful version is assorted biscuits, which uses tree sitter, like the WASM output of tree sitter, to actually like do C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, and YAML. Because it doesn't matter, it's a text editor there, Pitbull. Like, you're not going to last here very long if you're going to pull a lot of this like XY BS. Why? Because it doesn't matter. They're not sports teams, man. So yeah, if you end up doing any of these languages, maybe check out assorted biscuits. And just in case you're a NeoVim user, I also made NeoVim biscuits. So you can get the same type of functionality for Go and a whole bunch of languages that TreeSitter supports natively there. That's not an appropriate question, dude. Another version of it doesn't matter. Who cares? Just live your life, dude. God, people are so weird, man. We're all right there, Bite Chipper. We got a raid. Definitely some people that don't understand how to conduct themselves in a chat like this. So we got to teach them. All right, so the part that we are working on right now for the project is we have this like invite flow that we need to work on. And basically, as a business, you're not going to be just one person maintaining it. So you're going to want to invite other people. They may or may not have an existing user account within the system, but we need to create that user account anyway behind the scenes so that when they come in and try to log in, they can set that stuff up. I know. It is interesting there, Bite Chipper. It's not necessarily like normal adult behavior. It's just the common thing that is the biggest problem with most other chats in this category too. People start treating languages and technology and whatever as sports teams. So we got to correct those people. And then, yeah, one person who is timed out, who hopefully comes back and can be cool. We'll see there. Did I intentionally move from dev to DevRel? Yes, I did. All right, so one thing that we've got going is there's a slight bug. Right, where are we doing an alert? Yeah, we're doing this alert right here. Hmm. So yeah, I think I want to have like a different query parameter here because it's not an auth error. Um, Missing token. And then over on the login page, we can set that message better. And yeah, I like to mix it up. Gotta have a healthy neck, you know? And hold on, were there other questions? So, PHP developer, do I expect high traffic load or do I plan to load test the Lambda for high throughput? I am expecting high traffic load once I can establish product market fit. Do I plan to load test the Lambdas? Eventually, yeah. For the most part, like, you don't need to load test Lambdas. That's the whole point. They can handle almost any scale you're going to throw at it. That's like the whole point, to not care. So serverless isn't about there not being a server. It's about me not caring about where the server is. How it's maintained, what OS it has, any of that bullshit. I don't care. That's the whole point of serverless. Am I going to run testing on this? So Lilsaf, what type of testing are you talking about? And that's a question over on YouTube, which I just realized I didn't set up the chat. I unit test the units that matter. I don't think a minimum test coverage for unit testing is healthy, right? Forget the name of the law, but basically, the moment a metric becomes a goal, it ceases becoming a good metric, right? CI/CD. Currently, that is post MVP, right? Because I'm the only person pushing, so it doesn't matter that much. If I end up having other people that I need to work with, then yes, CI/CD will be essential. Goodhart's Law, that's the name of it. Thank you. There are units within the application that need unit tests. The entire application would not benefit from unit testing, though. Does that answer your question there, Lilsaf? And we have unit tests for the things that are a unit we need to test. What's going to be more important is integration testing, and we already have plans and infrastructure in place for that. I use something called Dread.js to make sure that the Open API specification does what it says it does, right? So as long as my Open API spec is accurate towards what my API needs to do, these are essentially integration tests, I can then use the Open API specification to generate SDKs. Browser automation tests. Yeah, I think those are necessary. I would say they are probably post MVP, but I don't believe in absolutely testing everything via browser automation tests. I think you should be testing your happy path, the thing that gets you paid, right? So in e-commerce, that is testing, adding something to the cart, and the payment flows. I believe those are essential, but yeah, exactly. Define the value you get from it. Testing for testing's sake, meh. No, thank you. So yeah, I'm not. What you'll find in many cases is I don't tend to do the extreme one way or the other. So I'm not a no test person. I'm not a test everything person. That type of sitting right there in the middle is me in general about pretty much anything you're going to ask for an opinion on. I don't care what editor I use as long as it works and does what I need and I can get the extensions that make things useful. Right? I think people get too hung up on the extremes of opinions. And that goes for basically everything. I think there's a big difference between a mock and just using like data. I would say anytime you're mocking something that you don't control, you're probably fucking up. That's a good way of looking at it there, Bite Chipper, sure. Yeah, so PHP developer, I actually believe more in pure functions for testing, especially. So rather than passing an object into a function, I'd rather pass the data that that function cares about. And then mocking it is just passing different arguments. And you can write unit tests in a way that you're not actually calling anything external. So, real quick example, this is logic that we're not using at the moment that I need to massively refactor, and I may have even commented it all out. But if I go look at, 1 second. Trying to remember where this is because we haven't used it much. It was like from an older version of this application. So let me try and find it now. I gotta remember where the hell that is. Ah, here it is. Wait, no, it isn't. That's the wrong one. Is it usage? Yeah, okay. So we have it mostly commented out. But the basic gist is you're going to have a function which ends up needing to do like fetching of your data, right? So I create these data wrappers, I do my DB queries, etc. And then I have a function that does the actual work, right? Which means this function is not pure, right? I only test pure functions. So then instead, the place where we're actually doing the work on that data that we pass in, that is this function. So then I can just test this by mocking these transactions, these objects that we'll pass in, but we're not mocking methods, right? We're not mocking behavior. We're just mocking data. That is the right way to do mocks. If you find yourself mocking behavior, you're going to set yourself up for failure whenever that behavior changes. Right? So this entire 300 line function, probably not quite 300, 200 something line function. That is unit tested. And I can simply, and again, we haven't touched this for a while, I can simply just create cases for all of these other things that we need to do, right? All I'm doing is just calling that function, right? Generate billing intervals with data. I'm not worrying about how that data gets there. That part doesn't matter. Does that start to make sense about like my unit testing philosophy? In all cases, you should be focusing on testing pure functions. I'm not a functional programming for everything kind of person, but pure functions are massively easier to test. So try and extract out all those things. Yeah, that's Uncle Bob or whatever. Who gives a shit? Like, no, I don't give a fuck. No, so here's the thing. I can still do, right, like coverage. I have Istanbul. That entire 200 line function gets fully covered. So at that point, who gives a shit? Extracting out a function that is only 3 lines long for every bit of logic in there is just a needless abstraction because it's not getting used anywhere else. What's the point? Extracting out a function is something that you should only do either for testing purposes or for shareability. I'm not sharing that function, so I only need to extract the part that needs to be tested with the data that I pass it. Yeah, abstraction hell. So yeah, Uncle Bob, who gives a shit? Any philosophy like that no function should be over X amount of lines, bullshit. Who cares? Right? Like I've been getting at, taking anything to the extreme is wrong, including any of that bullshit. There's a reason Uncle Bob is a meme at this point. There are people that read clean code and think it's some kind of like coding Bible. It isn't. There's some good ideas in there. There's some bad ideas in there. I do agree with Uncle Bob that readability of code is the most important thing about code because we spend more time reading code than writing code. When actually applied, abstraction hell harms readability of code. If I just see the name of the function and then have to go somewhere else to see what it's actually doing, that's a problem. Later, Phil. Fuck off. Goodbye. Dude, some people, man. That was someone over on the YouTube. You guys might not have seen it. I should get to coding instead of yapping about philosophy. Get the fuck out. Do you what are you expecting the button to not do, Lil Saf? Right? There are conditions in which the button might be clickable or not. You might want to test those. In many cases, testing too much is security theater. At many organizations, they just want some number so that they can cover their ass and say, well, we had the test coverage, even if those tests aren't useful. right? It's just a scapegoat. If you're at a place that's looking for someone to blame in those cases anyway, you're at just a toxic environment and you should get out. Yeah, I don't like that term thrown around. I'm going to remove it. You could just use the word obsessive. I could go back to a dev role. Yeah, I don't know. It's not worth caring. If the right role presents itself, sure. I've been trying to become a dev rel for probably 6 or 7 years now. But yeah, basically just, to wrap up the testing thing, I am getting full coverage of these functions I'm testing. So the size of the function doesn't matter. No, because code coverage is important. Right? No, don't blame those devs. Blame business who thinks it's a metric that matters for everything. Bad managers are the enemy. Not managers in general, but bad managers are the enemy. Just because someone writes a terrible book doesn't mean that the printing press was a mistake. You know? Mutation testing sounds to me like there's a lot of like class-based logic. So a lot of behaviors mixed with like the data that they contain. And I really like that Rust makes you separate those things. Okay, so we should be good. All right, token has expired. Yeah, that was a flaw. Oh, and what email was that? That was one more try at Gorilla. All right, so then, yeah, we'll need to do this part. It didn't remember the path that we needed. So yeah, that's a bug. Oh, and I know how that bug happened. Yeah. It's the place that we're doing the redirect. Um, yeah. We can do this. Right? It's basically that same logic. Where are we getting store from? Get default store. Yep. And okay, so I might have missed some comments. Yeah, this is a great hoodie. This is a solid hoodie. Getting a meaningful code review of your tests, especially in older projects or when you get sent to fix things. I think certain things need unit testing for sure. But again, if you start putting code coverage as a goal, you're going to end up getting a lot of really bad tests. And what's up, Array of Hope? How you doing? Yeah, we got a raid from Spheriphoria, who got a raid from the Alt F4 stream as well. So yeah, we got a cool crew. Yeah, yeah, it's awesome. All right, so let's try this again. What I think I want to do then, we can test it with a logged in user. I think that's worthwhile. Why did I close DevTools? All right, so we do a get for the user. Let's double check why the accept invite page didn't do anything. Oh, because we're not actually sending it. Yeah, never mind. I forgot. Okay, so then our service, which is the user service, we've got accept invite, and we pass through invite code and business ID. Yep. Okay, and then we just broke something. Oh, whoops. Yeah, forgot to import that. Oh, and yeah, that was the wrong link. So one more retry, or one more try, worked. Awesome. Oh no. Woe is you. Whatever shall you do? All right, so we were able to do that with a brand new user, not exactly as smoothly as we liked. So we'll try a couple more. And we'll want to maybe work on like the presentation aspect of like status here. But yeah, so what would the new user be? One more try was a lie because we're trying again. Um, want to do it with a logged out user. Like a pill? I think that's an aesthetic thing that sure we could do. I don't know if it matters that much. All right, so we do that. We've got your token has expired. Which I think was a mistake. Yeah, it definitely was. I almost feel like we should have redirected back before that. So here on the front end, right, we've got this base service. Yeah. So if we had a token, it's auth error. And actually, we'll just do this. We can do a ternary for this. Or let's just call it reason. They did those in the wrong order, though. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so hold on. You were thinking of creating an app similar, but more like a CRM for a travel agent, money agent for your dad. You don't think he'll appreciate it, though. Yeah, I mean, that kind of like niche product could be good. I would talk to your dad first and evaluate like what your product needs to do that he's not having done with other stuff or that's too much work. And that type of interview is how you establish product market fit. You'll probably want to talk to other people that do similar. And once you've talked to enough people about their pain points and what you could probably build into a product, you might actually have a startup on your hands. It is a bit niche, so I'm not sure, right? Like, who uses a travel agent anymore? I don't know what a money agent is. But yeah, basically the internet killed travel agencies. It is a very, very niche business at this point. But yeah, Lil Saf, if you want to do startups, you know, if you want to be an entrepreneur, like indie hacker style, etc., that type of like interview and figuring out the pain points for people and what current software is not doing for them, that's good habit, good practice to have. So yeah, I mean, just for the sake of practicing, might be worth it. But I would say don't build it without getting feedback first, right? I'm simply building this without getting feedback first because I am my target market. I want to use Waltr for all the other things I want to build too. It's not necessarily the best approach, but it'll work for me. Like my goal is to launch the MVP of Waltr and then actually like dog food it into other products, like maybe even dog food it into itself, which would be interesting, right? Use Waltr on Waltr. That could be cool. But I think I'll start with like a smaller scoped project, hammer that out. So yeah, here in the next month or two, we'll be launching a totally new business. I'm not sure what those businesses are yet. We've got some ideas. For the most part, they don't have to be like the best business ideas. They just need to be something with a small enough scope that we can build it and test it and also, you know, maybe try and get users. I know I've got that in a list somewhere, right? Oh, yeah. Cloudflare Launchpad apps, because Cloudflare has their own like incubator style system. I basically just want to clone Formspree or Dub.co. And the reason I want to clone something is because, again, it doesn't have to be a really like novel idea. It just needs to be something that I can prove out Waltr with. No, that makes sense there, Lil Saf. If anything, maybe the software he's using is just something that you clone and modernize. That could be a win. But again, I would talk to him about it, see what his actual pain points are. Does he actually have pain points around having to use Microsoft Access? I don't know. No idea. If you frame it as, I want to practice creating startups, I bet he would be enthusiastic to help you. Don't promise him that you'll make it. Don't promise him you're going to solve all his problems, but try and figure out what his problems are. And if you frame it under the idea of, because you want to be a business person, right? You want to start your own businesses. I can't think of a single dad that would be bummed on that. There may be some resources you can find to help give you some inspiration for how to tackle that type of user interview. I don't know those resources. I should probably start looking into it myself. But okay. So we at least fixed that quick little bug. Now we actually need to go log in with this. What was the user that we were doing that with? That was a lie at Gorilla. Okay, so that button was an issue. All right, so it works for our like login page there, but we're not redirecting back to the accept invite page. So yeah, that part of the flow needs some work. So that's really just on, let's see, MFA setup. And the go to dashboard button. Yeah, so instead of this, yeah, we need to subscribe to previous path. And then here, we just do this. Call that good. And then the accept invite URL. What are the Chili Peppers? They're a band from California. I know what you're asking. Sorry, that was just a fun joke. Yeah, maybe Lil Saf, like something that he could access from his mobile devices, etc. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. But again, ask him. Right? I think that's the important part. And just get into the habit of validating the ideas with someone that does it. Sometimes you can be part of that idea, like validation. But then other times, no, you just need to talk to the people that would actually use it, right? And that is basically just finding product market fit. You'll see that phrase, product market fit, a lot in like startup subreddits and, you know, anywhere, right? Anyone trying to do any kind of like startup should really be focusing on what product market fit actually is. But okay, so the Chili Peppers, they're a bit buggy. They work on some things a lot better, but it's an extension where, hold on, if we look at this, you can see HTML biscuits right here that kind of annotates what that div is. And that can be useful because what if we had another div, right? You know, we could tell which div is which by simply seeing what the annotation is after it. So if you've done HTML enough, especially like large front-end projects, you may often see someone do something like adding a comment, right? Especially in like raw HTML, where they just say end page card or some BS, right? And then they actually like put this as a comment into their code. Well, those things are out of date like the moment they're written. And no one ever updates them. People are scared to remove them, all sorts of stuff. So instead, this updates as your code updates. The JSTS biscuits is the chili pepper that you were seeing. That one is probably the buggiest of the extensions that I've made. But HTML biscuits is quite nice. Ooh, we hit 12,000 installs, actually. Fuck yeah. Aw, thanks, everyone. Appreciate that. But then you can also recognize that there is CSS biscuits, JSTS biscuits, and then assorted biscuits. And I think assorted biscuits is actually one of the more useful ones as well, where you can annotate C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, TOML, and YAML. The YAML one, meh. The Python one, meh. The Elm one, meh. Anything that basically has like white space sensitive like blocks is less useful, but still, it's a thing. But yeah, so you can get the same kind of logic where when you get into that like ending bracket hell, just this nested tree of ending brackets that don't tell you anything about what that bracket's for, you can actually annotate it with the start of that block. And if you're a NeoVim user, I got you covered too. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Alexander. It was fun. Yeah, I enjoyed making it. Oh, and yeah, it's okay. Like, no, I get it. I think it's a really useful feature. So, yeah, if you end up liking it, go for it. Use it. Let me know if you got bugs. They're all open source. Thanks, literally. Yeah, I gave a presentation at NeoVimConf about making this like 2 years ago or something, even though I'm a VS Code user. I used VS Code to write the plugin. I used Nano to edit my NeoVim config to configure the plugin because it doesn't matter. But I thought that was just, kind of fun. Tim Pope is a NeoVim user who maintains VS Code plugins or extensions or whatever you want to call them. Because the editor doesn't matter. If you're solving someone's problem, that feels really good. All right, so we can copy this again. Oop. All right, so what we want to do then is get some content into that accept invite page. One thing I just realized is we probably shouldn't be showing the settings page here. Like we're going to have to account for the user's role in a lot of our like UI stuff here. But we can deal with that later. Yeah, like that's a separate task. So let's actually go get the accept invite page working. Or not working, but to a state where it's not gonna like redirect us yet because we want to do some other stuff. And I also think maybe we probably want to do like a timeout before we redirect them back, letting them know that it was successful. Or we could do a notification. right? And then the notification would persist after the page navigation. And maybe we could do a little bit of both, just for a better experience. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Oh, and I missed some follows because I wasn't seeing that. Leandro, SPS, thank you for the follow. Poplar Rap, if you're still out there, thank you for the follow. And Any10 Glue Test? Glue Quest, sorry. I'll just call you Glue. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, and I haven't done a vitamin D in a couple days. So we're going to need some state in here. We're going to want to mock that state. Just for testing. But the state's going to be const is validating. Liu, thank you for the follow. We almost maybe need to have a way of a user declining an invite. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so I don't know if we need a decline. Oh, and Alex, yeah, I need to create some commands for YouTube. I'll do that here eventually, but let me read it out to you. So the Docs marketing site is built with Astro and MarkDoc. The dashboard is built as a React SPA using Vite and Mantine. The backend is using AWS Lambda and my own homegrown wrapper around Architect, DynamoDB for the database. And what's up, Mickey? How you doing? Yeah, no worries. That's fine, AJ. Eh, sometimes that stuff just really doesn't matter. You know, you can build and be productive with pretty much anything. Let me double check one thing. But yeah. So yeah, Mickey, what you up to? Why do you need a beer? I mean, you don't have to have an answer for that question because it's pretty universal, but yeah, just curious. Let me get more music going. Oh, hold on, because I think synthwave belongs in a museum. Okay, so here, do that, and then this is heading size 1. Sorry for the burp. What? Oh. That's one thing I find really annoying. Yeah, sometimes Super Maven just deletes what's inside of like a heading tag. This song's great, isn't it? Yeah, I love this song. And yeah, this whole text center, we might not actually need that. Yeah, they're all Indiana Jones. I think they're all from the third one too, right? Like the Sean Connery one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hold on. Let me double check this. Hmm. Okay, so hold on. I just had this random thought. Just wanted to check something. Uh, I'm glad they didn't show my IP there, which is good. But yeah, shit. So that is still Cloudflare. We need to figure out where pump.fun is hosted because we need to send a DMCA request. And Cloudflare is not it. Oh, we are seeing headers for Vercel. Yep. Okay, so I just need to pass this to myself to use later. Yeah. the owner of Pump.Fun, is hosting some stuff that they should not be hosting. So yeah, I need to DMCA request them. So yeah, note to self. We'll figure that out. Yeah, we don't need that open right now. And yeah, so I just distracted myself. But basically, invite accepted, redirecting to homepage. What we want to do then... what's up, War? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to? Anything fun? And let me check something here. I just had a random thought. When does PoE2 go free to play? Expected to last 6 months. In-game purchases that will help make players stronger, I think is incorrect. So this AI is wrong. So their goal is to release by the end of 2025. Okay. I was just curious. Because, yeah, the new classes sound fun. All right, so yeah, invite accepted, redirecting to homepage. Let's just refresh again. We actually want to do like an error state. Right, and then this is notifications dot show set is validating false. That part we don't care about. Notifications show, invite accepted. Yeah, we'll just do it empty. Sure. Oh, and set is validating happens no matter what. So we're good there. Yeah, we'll call that good. So yeah, that invite is going to fail no matter what. What error are we getting? Is that a 401? It shouldn't be a 401. Should be a 404? 409. Yep, because they already accepted. Ooh. Okay, so yeah. All right, so if they've already accepted, we want to give them a slightly different error message. You've already accepted this invite. Okay, I'm into that. Yeah, I think that works for me. So we want to validate the whole process one mo again. full new flow. User invited successfully. So yeah, full new flow. So we go log out. All right, we pretend they just clicked the button in here. So not quite. Right, so then we log in or sign up, and this is full new flow. Then we need to add this again. I need to clean up all of these BS accounts. Oh. So accept invite 404. Yeah. So that's the problem. The way we're setting previous path is not actually using search params. So we need to encode those search params into the previous path URL, which is not a big deal, right? So yeah, that's our next step. But let me go use the restroom after I pour this. Let me get another album going. Ooh, this one's good. And I'll be right back. Give me a sec. And I'm back. So, yeah. The way that we're setting previous path is broken, and we can fix it. It's not a big deal. We're currently doing it in 2 places. Oh, hold on. Wrong thing. But I think I want to create an abstraction. Just because, yeah, copying and pasting this logic, it's going to be the same every place that we set the previous path. So if we were to do so in the future, we should make sure that's propagated through. Definitely breaks my rule of 3s of when an abstraction is necessary, but I think it is necessary here. Just throw it into utils. Now, I don't think that is correct. Oh, actually, no, that is correct. So I don't think the abstraction is necessary. I thought there was going to be more logic. Yeah, I think we're set. For some reason, I had it in my head that window.location.search was going to give us back like a URL search params, but it doesn't. So yeah, I'm okay with that. So we go to MFA setup, right? Wherever we're doing the setting of the previous path. And yeah. This is happening store.set. Previous path happens in 2 places. So yeah, this one. Yeah, hold on. All right, so we do that there, and then we also want to do it here. And then basically the same exact logic. Oh, I didn't remember. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what that. Yeah. All right. Brain fart. I forgot that was the thing. And what's up, Akram? How you doing? Okay, so we check for the path name being equal to either of those things. How's it going, Wind of Wind? Oh, that was the wrong thing. Whoops. We wanted this. Invite accepted. All right, we call that good. I feel like we're pretty close. I feel like we're pretty close. Like, honestly, I'd say we're actually good. And real quick, I missed some follows. Blade GPS and Chirali. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? All right, so yeah, I'm gonna call that good. I think we are fine. Let me get rid of the logs that we don't need. We'll leave some of those, leave those. Yeah, for debugging. And yeah, we'll call that good. Okay, so yeah, now we can log back out. And yeah, before anyone asks, why John Bon Jovi? I have no idea. It's just kind of a funny name to me. I think because it's somewhat like short to type. In the past, I've used David Copperfield. That one takes a lot longer to type. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to do to improve how this looks. Number one, I think the idea of using like a pill for the status makes sense. I think I might want to do it for the role as well. Probably want to capitalize those too. All right, so we handle all that. That part's done. That part's good. There we go. All right. So yeah, they're sorted by created at date. I don't know if we're going to have enough users for needing to do like other sorting. Like this already seems like way more users than you would ever have for something like this, but maybe not. You want your devs to be able to get in there, right? So yeah, no, that could end up increasing quite a bit. Yeah, let's do this next bit. Oh, and yeah, why do I have the empty TR there? That looks better already. All right, we'll create like a couple throwaway like pill components here, just for managing like the colors and some of those things. We'll call this user role pill. Yeah, we don't really need that. What we do want to do is maybe like roll color map. I think those are wrong. Something like that, maybe? And yeah, how you doing, Ashley? What you up to? All right, so then we want to do something similar here. User status pill. I think it nailed it on that one. Recommendations on learning how to code. We tend to recommend Free Code Camp. There's also 100 devs. Just a great community. Wait. Those are definitely the commands. Nightbot, what's your deal? Come on, Nightbot. Come on, Nightbot. There we go. Come on, Nightbot. All right, so we got there. But yeah, I recommend Free Code Camp, and then 100 Devs is a very welcoming Discord community having a community is a good way to keep yourself accountable, right? Like other people pushing, doing the same thing. You can help motivate yourself by seeing them finish as well. And then there's definitely another one. I don't think we have a link for it, but there's the Odin project. My biggest recommendation is don't get into the state where you're jumping from like tutorial program to tutorial program, right? So either pick one, right? Pick either Free Code Camp or Odin project, right? While using 100 devs as like a community. Because you're never going to feel like you know everything. It's impossible. You'll never feel that way. So don't worry about it. You should get to the point where you're starting to build stuff as soon as possible. Because building stuff is how you actually cement knowledge. And don't feel bad about looking stuff up online. Don't feel bad about Googling for answers. Everyone does it. But yeah, for the most part, it's really easy to discourage yourself because you're thinking everyone else knows exactly what they're doing. Hell no. There's not a single person that feels like they're the expert. And if they do, they probably actually kind of suck. Right? The type of person who would think that they're the expert in something is also the kind of person that really just doesn't put in the effort to keep learning. And this field moves so fast that you do need to just keep learning. You don't want a doctor who refuses to learn new stuff as well either. Being a doctor is not getting your degree and then being done learning. You're always learning new stuff. If someone got their degree as a doctor in 2010, they wouldn't actually know, like, if they stopped learning after that, they wouldn't actually know that ulcers are caused by bacteria, not stress. So they might prescribe Xanax for an ulcer. No, it's antibiotics. That's what you need for an ulcer. So yeah, anything worth getting paid a decent amount of money to do is something that's worth probably keeping up on the learning around it. The people that refuse to do so, boy, they suck. And yeah, that was a reference to a Bill Hicks quote. There are musicians out there, well, let me just do the whole bit. I think the whole bit's worth it. If you think drugs are bad and, like no one should have anything to do with them at all and they haven't done anything beneficial to society, I want you to go home right now. Take all your CDs, all your albums, all your records, all your tapes, and burn them. Because the musicians that have made that music throughout the years that has enriched your life, real fucking high on drugs. We All Live in a Yellow Submarine. They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake to record that song. Ringo, come on down. Yoko's gone. We can party again. And there are musicians out there, right? We're rock against drugs. Drink Pepsi. Oh, man. Boy, they suck. So bam, there you go. If you haven't heard Bill Hicks before, you should definitely listen to some Bill Hicks. He's really good. And that reference he was making, right? The drink Pepsi thing, that was a specific slight against Wham. We're rock against drugs. Drink Pepsi. No, that was Bill Hicks's version of George Michael. Though my version of it probably did sound a bit Cartman-like. There's a little more like grit to Cartman's voice. Like a gravelly nature to it. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks, X Factor. I appreciate it. All right, so here. We want this to be user role pill. Ah, damn it. Oh, and hold on. That's the wrong status. Oh, and status string. Let's do that for now. I think that was just TypeScript not knowing. Oh, and yeah, this should be role. Maybe that's the way to do that. I kind of like that. I'm not sure I like the whole right being the yellow or the orange or whatever. Maybe purple? Okay, no. I think I kind of like that. What if we do, right? Owner, we don't actually need to pass because admin gets in there. We do purple. Right, so then admin is a combination of both. How do we feel about that? What do y'all think? We could even get some like icons in there. I'm not sure the icons are necessary, but I think that already looks pretty good. And a user with read permission still needs to be able to get to the settings page, right? So what we need to do is then maybe just like gray out some of these things with a little like hover saying like you lack the permissions to do this kind of thing. That would be worthwhile. Because they're going to need to be able to read API keys. Yeah, I like that idea. I don't know. I feel like we are pretty close. Like, I'm willing to call that good. Oh, API, we actually wanted to keep running. Those we don't want to commit yet. Some of them never. We can deal with that later, though. Let's double check the list. Yep, all that looks good enough to me. Those JS files, we'll work on removing those later. That's just a cleanup step we should do. It was in before we actually had the get ignored the way we wanted. But I think the rest looks perfect. So cool. I'd say our user management feature is done. Next, we need to do API key management. Yeah, so API key management. What I'm thinking about is, number one, we're going to need sandbox and production tokens. Uh, I don't know. Can you? Sorry. Too many teachers did that one to me, so now I got to do it to everyone. Are you asking if I would employ you for Waltr? I don't have the budget for that. Sorry. Definitely not. And this isn't exactly the best place to do your job application. Like, I don't even know you. You don't even follow the channel. Maybe check out sites like Remote OK. Keep in mind, we somewhat know Levels.io, so there's a bit of a bias there. I think we even have like some other sites to check out. Yeah, so maybe check out We Work Remotely or Flex Jobs. Those are other ones to check out. Levels.io, though, awesome dude. Might want to check out his remote site and see if you can get a job remotely. There you go. Problem solved. I'm curious, like, how in depth. So he doesn't let you just type in any old word. Questionable use of the icon change there. $10K to $750K. Uh-huh. Totally. I haven't looked at this site for a while. So that's how long it's been on here? I find it interesting that some of these postings are from like 3 years ago. Like, let's go look at Additive. Additive.eu. Are they actually hiring for this role still? Oh, I hate their website. Oh my god. Don't do this. Do not do scroll jacking. Oh, it's the worst. Oh, it's the. They're. Okay. This company needs help. They need some kind of front end devs that actually know what the fuck they're doing. The protocol.it. No, I see it. Dude, when your link doesn't go through the first time, maybe don't try again. I don't know about that site. Like, I don't know. I don't think it matters, man. What listings do they actually have? Open roles in development. So they do have a front-end developer role. Okay. All right. All right. So just because it's a little older doesn't mean it's no good. That is kind of a shit salary, though. Yikes. Like, where are they based out of? That might be actually okay in Europe. I don't know. Like, I understand Europe. It's not very specific, though. In some European countries, that's a great salary, and in others, it's a really, really shit salary. But yeah, for the most part, I think you can pretty much expect like half the salary in a lot of European countries for the same role that would be here in the US. Man, the fact that he has to like have this giant blurb is pretty crazy. Yeah, a lot of these are not amazing salaries. Depending on where you live, though, they could be really good, right? Just due to exchange rates and, some of that stuff. Yeah, I really do wonder how much is Levels actually like making off this these days? I'd be kind of curious about that. It seems to me like he's been focusing on his photo AI thing like way more. This could be an interesting role, actually. Iris integrates directly with pan tilt zoom cameras and robotic camera heads to automate complex movements and track subjects in real time. Our remote first tools let you control your cameras from anywhere in the world. Yeah, that's nifty. And yeah, like they're really into what was the part that I was interested in? Ooh, yeah, like the WebAssembly, web GPU stuff. Pretty cool. And a fairly decent salary range. So yeah, I don't know. Definitely check it out. There's other sites too, but yeah, remote jobs are tough. Oh man, it's we're at a weird state in the industry right now, anyway. All right, so let me get more music going. It is currently 6:30 p.m. And yeah, normally we'd be finishing up right now so that we could go hop into some gaming with Acorn, Algo Bro, and Robotic Head. But Robotic and Algo Bro are both out. So, and basically, in the past, when both of them are out, Acorn would rather just not game anyway. Like, she's got shit to do. I get it. So, yeah. We're a bit open-ended on when we end today. What about Ferd? What's up, Einsenheim? Yeah, 3:30 a.m. in Poland. Yeah, sounds about right. Is that the same as UK time? No, that's like 1 hour separate, right? So yeah, you're like 1 hour later than the UK? Okay, yep. I'm good. Nailed it. But yeah, how you doing there, Guardo? I mean, not Guardo. How long do I stream? I started streaming today about 5 hours ago. Oh yeah, and you can see that too, huh? Yeah, good call there, Nightcaf. Yeah, this used to be the stream of like the accidental 18 hours because I would start at like 7 a.m. sometimes. I do need to like get back to an earlier start. It's just hard with the job I have. You know, like I got meetings during the week. But yeah, we haven't done like an 18-hour stream in ages. Normally because I hop into the whiskey after about 4. No, it's fine, Diego. Don't feel bad about it. And not Guardo. Yeah, what are you up to? Anything fun? We just finished up what I consider the user management section here. We're going to have a lot more work to do for that. Like, not for that specifically, but for just like permissions and what people can do, etc. Like, we're going to need to start disabling buttons if a user can't actually modify those things. Messing with Olama and DeepSeek. Well, one thing to remember, Nightcaf, is that the local versions of DeepSeek, like the distilled versions, are not actually DeepSeek. So yeah, I think what Guardo is pointing out is that they're using a local version, which is the Olama distilled version of DeepSeek. Right, so the distilled versions are basically just kind of copies. Yeah, fine-tuned, sure. But it's still not the same thing. All right, so the dashboard's good. We did that stuff. Our next step is API key management. There you go. Touche. You mean 1989, the Taylor Swift album? Playing around with Hermes 2 in Olama. Nifty. All right, so it's going to be on this settings page still. So do we want to have a cap on how many API keys you can create? Yeah. Yeah, he raided here on Thursday. He raids here almost like once every month or two. I don't often stream on Wednesdays, so he doesn't get a chance to raid that much. Because that's his like main day for streaming. He's also like really fun to chat with at like conferences and stuff. Right? Like you don't have to agree with him. And I think he actually respects people that disagree respectfully, right? But yeah, no, he's fun to chat with. I'm not sure if he released it, but when I went to Chain React, which is like the React React Native conference, he asked me to record a video, like a short with him, where like what's his worst take, and I think his worst take is actually about like Wasm. Like he doesn't see much use for Wasm, etc. And yeah, it was just a quick short. Like I think you need to reconsider Wasm, especially Wasm on the server. Blah blah. Like some of that stuff. He is willing to be wrong. more so than people give him credit for. I believe he actually, I don't know, I haven't actually discussed this with him, so I don't know for sure. I personally think that he applies like the proper like debate tactic of whether you are right or wrong, you have to argue your point as if you believe you are 100% correct, right? So like arguing either side of a debate with conviction should be something you can do. You should be able to actually like empathize and speak counter to what you actually believe in a proper debate. Because the more you understand someone's arguments against your side, the more you can actually counter those arguments as well. Which just, yeah. I personally think he subscribes to the whole emphatic debate stuff. And I think that's where some people misunderstand him. Because in a debate, your goal is to argue your point as well as possible. You're typically not trying to change someone's mind in the moment. You're giving them enough information for them to mull it over later. And I agree. I think proper debate, you should definitely say your side of things as emphatically as possible. And you can get the best arguments out of your opponent by doing so. And if you want to be properly good at debating, right? If you want to be a master debater, you should be able to pick either side and argue it. Sorry for the burp. So yeah, I don't know if he truly subscribes to that, but that's something I personally subscribe to. Now, do I want to have those arguments here in Twitch chat? Usually no. But yes, there is definitely like a point to where being like devil's advocate and arguing for the thing that you don't actually believe helps you understand your own point better, right? And without opening yourself up to that, I don't know, it gets tough. So yeah, the schema for the API key. There's going to be the key itself, key value, we'll call it for now, a name, sandbox or prod, last used date. I think that is somewhat different, right? We'll also want to have like created date, obviously. Created and modified are basically just not a thing. Like created is a thing, but modified isn't a thing. The fact that we have those two values as part of our core database abstraction means that we'll be just setting the created and modified date to the same thing. I do think the last used date is actually important. Are there other things that we want on an API key that I'm missing right now? Eventually, it'll be permissions. So maybe like role. I think permissions is the right answer. Currently, just read/write. We're not going to allow admin API keys at the moment. I'm using OBS. I think the biggest thing about OBS is you don't need to overdo it. You can start out really simple and then just add to it. The one thing I will point out, though, is make sure after you've done like a bunch of changes that you close OBS and reopen it. Yeah, 1 second, Einsenheim. The main reason for that is OBS doesn't save your settings changes, right? Like changes to your profile or changes to your scenes and some of those things. They don't save that until they do like a close procedure. So you can actually lose a bunch of your work if your machine like crashes or something without doing a proper like closing procedure of OBS. So keep that in mind. I consider that a major flaw. It should be updating the local like storage state on every change. Now that might slow things down and I can understand why they don't. But man, it's really annoying when you've changed a bunch of stuff, right? Changed some like config and API keys and blah, blah, blah. But you forgot to actually like quit to commit those changes. And then, I don't know, Windows decides to update or something, and you just lost a bunch of work and effort. So yeah, I consider that a major design flaw in OBS. So just be aware of that. And then when you make a lot of changes, stop it and restart it. As long as you're not live at the time, you know? Ooh, that part's tricky there. Yeah, like a Red Hat certification. Is it something you have to pay to see? If so, it might not be kosher. If it's something anyone can get for free, I don't see why there would be a problem. This is not legal advice. But if it's something you had to pay to get into, there's a good chance that they don't want it shared. There you go. That's kind of your answer. Now, nothing prevents you from just talking about it, so you can have it off screen. Again, I would check their terms and conditions, actually. That's the most important bit. What happens if you don't? Someone could actually, like, hold me accountable. Now, it's more so a thing for lawyers who have passed the bar exam. They have to be very specific about not giving out legal advice because they are licensed by the state they're in to give legal advice. So they have to be very particular about saying, like, this is not legal advice. I do not represent you. This is just my understanding, blah, blah, blah. So it's more for the case that, you know, lawyers are protecting their license to practice law. But also, like, come on, man. Like, not legal advice, not financial advice. These are things that are part of, like, disclosure. Ethical disclosure of all sorts of things like that are important. I believe it has something to do with, like, FCC stuff. But if in some case someone goes and gets into legal trouble and they say, well, CM Griffin said it. CM Griffin said it would be okay. I'm actually legally liable for giving that advice. If I don't preface it with saying, I don't know, you should probably talk to a real lawyer. It's basically a USA thing, but I live in the USA, so I kind of got to do it. And I never said you should invest in a shitcoin. That's not something I would say. You liar. All right, so is this enough information to go on, right? If I were a developer and I were given a ticket that only had this, I'd push back and say I can't possibly estimate it. Right? If I was on the job, no, I would require a bit more, I think. But this is close. Like, this is good enough for me, I think, right now. And then, yeah, the scope of the ticket would really depend. What do we want to estimate this story point wise to be? Are we going to do Fibonacci or are we going to do t-shirt sizing? Looks like a solid 13 to you? Jeez. You think so? Really? I'd say we do need to break it up. Like, this would actually be more of like an epic at that point, right? So if we consider this an epic and we break it up into back-end tickets, right? Create, delete, get all being their own specific tickets. Sure. Right? The front end section on the settings page, that's its own ticket. So yeah, I'd say if you wanted to make it a 13, I wouldn't push back on that, and we should break it up. Creating the back-end endpoints, I would put as maybe a 5. I'd say the front-end section might also just be a 5. To estimate the front-end part, I'd have to see the designs, right? So yeah, this is where like that pushback would happen. Like, hey, without a design, I can't estimate the front end. If you want me to wing it for a design, I can do it, but you're going to hate it. You know, like, I'll say that like on the job kind of thing. But yeah, like, no, I agree. Like, solid 13, right? Broken up, maybe 2 5s. The front end could actually dip down to like a 3. Technically, no. The front end section on the settings page is easily a 5 because this isn't just about showing it. This is about adding, deleting, etc. So yeah, I'd say at least a 5 for the front end. And the amount of effort would really be like design dependent. So while these metrics are only for stockholders, stakeholders, etc., and investment fund managers to say, hey, your money is well spent, you're aware that that is a negative and toxic view. Is it? Hold on. Wait. You had another comment, right? Yeah. Okay, so hold on. And yeah, your other question was good too. Sorry, 1 second. So as a developer, you've been fighting the urge to build your own tool for everything you do, knowing how things work, but it's been slowing down your ability to actually finish. All right, I like that. That was a good joke. Do I deal with that feeling, and how do I deal with it? I am not typically vulnerable to the not invented here syndrome thing. I have to like really convince myself that building is better than just using something that exists. What you're describing is not invented here syndrome. And it's almost like a company culture where if you end up working at one of those companies, ooh, boy, it can suck. Every line of code you write is code you have to maintain. The inverse to that is every package you bring in is something that you need to be aware of updating and keeping up to date. And that brings its own costs as well. The biggest thing I would say is use something that exists, that gets the job done, but weigh how much effort it would take to implement it yourself and how much effort it would take to ditch the thing you're using to switch to your own internal thing. If the effort to switch is very low, then yeah, just use something that exists and move on. Because you can always go back later and add something that is actually more specific to your use case. So I would say start weighing that, right? Like, what is the effort to switch? What is the effort to change from using a library that does it versus making your own? And if it's just a simple find and replace, yeah, just use a library and move on. But yes, that phrase, not invented here syndrome, that's been a thing for ages. Since software development started as a career, not invented here syndrome has existed. I will say the people that practice not invented here syndrome get really good at stuff, though. Like, man, Raimu, who is a friend of the stream, he's one of our mods. He used to stream before he got a job that basically said he couldn't stream. But it's a great job, so whatever. But he is very much a not invented here syndrome kind of person. What that means is he has built his own like raft algorithm implementations and like some really like cool low level stuff. I am not the kind of person that's going to re-implement the raft algorithm on my own. I'm just not going to do it. Hell no. There you go. That's a great way. Yeah, like same thing with salt. You can always add more salt, but you can't take the salt out, you know? Yeah. So, yeah, same basic idea. What is the effort to try and take out the salt? And I know you can't do it with salt, but like, are there things that are less effort to take out than others? Well, yeah, you don't like broccoli, right? You can remove the broccoli pretty easily. That's not a problem. It was probably still necessary to give the flavor to the soup, but if you don't like large chunks of broccoli, well, yeah, you can just pull the broccoli out. Cool. Problem solved. All right, so let me just double check. You always had such a weird relationship with the abstract process of somehow estimating something that is definitively hard to quantify for people who don't understand, such that they can have confidence that they can just use to justify performance metrics. That was a little tough to read, but I think what you're basically getting at is estimating something is just an estimate. But the moment you say it, business treats it as something you committed to, right? I'd say that's just bad management. I'd say that's just simply bad management. They should trust you to estimate, and they should also trust that estimate is an estimate. If they don't, well, yeah, that's just bad management. And we've all dealt with bad managers. Or, man, I bet there's some just super lucky person out there that's never had a bad manager. Oh, you sweet summer child. I'm so jealous. Yeah, completely different culture. Yep, for sure. Yeah, at most of the jobs I've had, even when I wasn't technically a senior dev yet, I've been the person that pushes back on a bad estimate, etc. Right? Like a dev says, this thing will be a 3, no problem. I was like, well, hold on. I'll trust you on that, but did you consider X, Y, and Z? And often, when I bring that up, they're like, oh, I didn't think about that. You know, in my opinion, you need those people just on the dev team to help figure out like a good estimate. Now, it helps because in most of the things I've worked on, I was the person that like built the entire thing anyway on the front end. Like when I worked at an agency and when I worked at the life insurance company after that, I was basically the person who built out the entire front end. So in those cases, I'll let someone give their estimate, and I'll just simply ask them a question. Good call there, Danger. I mean, technically, quitting your job is firing your manager or boss. There's a saying, people don't quit jobs, they quit managers. Quitting a job is firing your manager or boss. What if nobody pushes back on the pointing sessions? I would really look at why. What kind of culture has been established where no one's actually paying attention or pushing back on those things? There is no blanket one size fits all answer to what you just asked, but there's definitely something that you can discover about the culture or the team that makes it to where no one's pushing back. And some of it is just simply no one's actually paying attention. They're treating the meeting as a working meeting, so they're focusing on something completely different, right? That's a problem. Often, if they're doing that, it's because they're actually overworked. Right? If you have to treat every meeting as a working session, technically, that doesn't exist. You can only focus on either coding or the meeting. You can't do both. You just can't do both. So if you're getting invited to meetings where they want you to just treat it as a working session, you don't actually need to be at the meeting. And that would be a culture problem as well if you're getting invited to too many meetings. When I worked at the life insurance company, I was dealing with 3 hours of meetings every single day. Maybe that's a thing that no one says, but if you get scheduled for a meeting, but you're not going to be an active contributor, you're just there to listen in while you're actually coding and doing it. That's what I'm talking about. If they expect you to actually be doing dev during the meeting, that just doesn't exist. It's impossible. You just don't need to be at that meeting. Because you're not going to be able to actually work, doing heads down, programming while you're having to listen for some bullshit and actually respond to the meeting. You can't split your attention that way. It's just impossible. So if you've never had a manager tell you hey, I invited you to the meeting, but you're not going to be that necessary, just treat it like a working session, you should be pushing back and saying, well, then I'm not going to go to the meeting. Because you can't split your attention that way. It's impossible. If you're necessary for the meeting, you should be focused on the meeting. If you're not necessary for the meeting, you shouldn't be invited to the meeting. You'll find those kinds of bullshit meetings are very common at agencies where you're billing the client by the hour. Yeah, if we can get 10 people in on this meeting, oh man, that really pads our margins as an agency. Hell yeah, let's do it. That's also just really unethical. So you might be at a bad agency if they're throwing you into a bunch of meetings just because they can bill for them. They're incentivized to have more meetings than are necessary. Okay, and someone asked, you asked about the beverage. So I do Woodford. I'm gonna need to get more water, and then I do lemonade mix in it. So it's a whiskey lemonade. We call it a CM Griffing lemonade because I think the official name is like Lynchburg lemonade or something like that. And I just really don't like the name of that city. But good advice. I should be a manager. I've been a team lead before. Yeah, exactly, Einsenheim. Like, ugh. Ugh. But yeah, real quick, it is a meowervelous. That's a really hard word to say. Yeah, this hoodie's great. I love this hoodie. Like basically, you can like pick a different cat to like stare at any given moment. It's pretty good. But yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'm gonna pour some more water, and I will be right back. Okay, here we are, born to be kings, masters of the universe. Exactly, Bob. Yep. You're welcome. So yeah, the lemonade is country time. It's just nice and easy to grab and mix on in. Oh, and someone asked about rust, right? Hold on, let me catch back up on some of the comments. Push to talk. Oh, that'll be cool. Nice. Yeah, so revisualize. One thing is the Stream Deck. I don't know if you've seen the Stream Deck, but it's really good. You could actually set up like a push to talk kind of, or maybe not push to talk, but like a push to mute might be worthwhile on your Stream Deck. Totally doable. You mean just like the powder? Just straight up? Just shots of the powder? Sounds about right. Right? You could basically just make like homemade pixie sticks with it. No, I get it there, revisualize. I just want to point out it is a fantastic device for being able to like change scenes and do some of that stuff. So yeah, in the future, maybe check it out, but no, I get it. Totally get it. And that makes sense, Eisenheim. Like, you could also just use auto hotkey. All right, so yeah, Woodford Reserve is a really understated bourbon. You love that it is getting more traction as it really deserves it. It's really cheap compared to the quality and extensibility as a liquor. Yeah, it's solid. I mean, I've got the Costco sized one. Like, Costco has a really good deal on Woodford. Personally, if they had like the Costco size, like 1.75 liter of Four Roses, I'd actually be doing that because Four Roses is my go-to like cheap whiskey. I've been to a few bars where Four Roses is their well. Those are my favorite bars. Yeah, that's fine, Eisenheim. Like, yeah, like I like video games too, but there's definitely something like really cool about like building software that didn't exist, you know? Like, we are probably way too late to be inventors, right? Right? Not like, 1900s, like, turn of the century style inventors. We're too late to be an Edison. But you know what? We can build software by just having an idea for it. Single barrel, small batch is also good. Yeah, those are fantastic. I do have an issue with the ones that are like higher proof. I need an 80 proof. Anything over 80 proof, and it's really easy to overdo it. This is a me problem. If I'm out and about and I'm trying to like penny pinch, I'll actually weigh like the cost versus the proof and get the higher proof for that. Bang for the buck. But here at home, when the bottle's just right there within reach, yeah, I need an 80 proof. Yeah, anything like a 90, it's just too much. I think the single barrel is 100, right? That stuff's tough. Now, granted, you shouldn't be sessioning the single barrel. Tell that to me when I get a bunch in me. All right? Come on. But yeah, you asked a question about Rust real quick. That was the thing I was actually scrolling back up to check. How do I feel about Rust? I've been getting into Rust heavily for many of the reasons the community would suggest, but also to bolster your non-web specific development skills. You also love Tori as a platform. Yeah, Rust is fine. I've been dabbling with Rust since like 2016. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I've been dabbling with Rust for a long time. Like since before Tokyo existed. That kind of stuff. I actually massively preferred some of the other like futures abstractions that existed. Like Eventual. From a developer experience standpoint, Eventual was so much better than Futures RS. But, you know, is what it is. Yeah, I went to the first RustConf down there in Portland. I also overdid it before that, so I spent most of the day hungover on the couch. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm an expert with it, but I have spoken at the Manning Rust conference. All right, that was back during COVID. So yeah, fully remote. But yeah, no, I'm interested in all things programming. Does it mean I'm going to reach for Rust every chance I get? Hell no. If I can build it with TypeScript, I'm more productive in TypeScript, so I'm just going to do that. So revisualize. In VS Code, you can set it up to where like your .env files don't even show up, like in your like list. So then you can't accidentally click one. That's something you might want to do. I also just have a scene in which I can do stuff that requires maybe like if it's going to leak my IP address or things like that. So yeah, you're going to want a scene, and I switched to that scene using my Stream Deck. I also, right, like I'm guessing you're doing the same thing, but you have a dev machine, and then you have your stream machine. Those two things, never the twain shall meet, right? So there's stuff you can do on your stream machine that you'll never do on your dev machine, and vice versa. Maintaining that separation is important. So basically, I don't have much private information on this machine. It's just my dev machine. What do I stream off of? It's just a standard PC. I think I upgraded to a 2060. Basically, I do the 2060 because the 20 series updated the encoder that ships with NVIDIA cards. So there's like a dedicated video encoder, right? NVENC or whatever, that you can set up through OBS. And then all of your encoding happens through that chip, and you're not like, bottlenecking your CPU. So like, yeah, all of the encoding and stuff for that is important. You went with an inexpensive laptop? I get it. No, that makes sense. I would hope that you do have the NVENC thing going, but if not, whatever, it'll be fine. How much other CPU intensive stuff are you doing on the streaming machine while you're streaming anyway? Probably not much. So if it chews up 40% of CPU that wasn't going to be used anyway, not a problem. Let me get more music going. And yeah, Kevin, did that answer the question you were asking? For the most part, like the CPU doesn't matter that much as long as you have a GPU that has that like updated like version 2.0 of the video encoder. My original stream PC is now in my kitchen, maintaining like that kitchen setup when I cook food on the other stream. Yeah, no worries. But basically, NVIDIA cards, since at least the 10 series, have had a dedicated video encoder, right? But they got a major upgrade for the video encoder at the 20 series. So the 10 series and the 16 series are like an older version of that. And I forget how far back it goes. A 1080 would still work, right? Like it still does have a dedicated video encoder. It's just not as fast of an encoder as like the 20 series and beyond. So if you're going to build a stream machine, you don't need the best 20 series card. All the 20 series cards have the same video encoder built in. So you can just get a 2050 or a 2060 and be fine. I have an old 1080 in my gaming PC, and it still kills it. I'm actually CPU bottlenecked when I play Path of Exile 2, not GPU bottlenecked. The GPU is responding within 16 milliseconds, which means I'm at 60 frames a second. So revisualize. I have 131 subscribers. It's been as high as like 200 something subscribers. That's basically like $500 a month. I try to reinvest any of that money back into like stream equipment. So all of this stuff stream basically paid for. Or I bought ahead of time and then made it back eventually. Yeah, and it's an investment you're not going to like make a lot of money on, because even getting to $500 a month from streaming is effort. I wasn't hitting that immediately. The key to streaming, though, is consistency. And there's an article I want to share with you. I don't want this to be like a negative thing. Like, don't treat it as negative, but just recognize that there is a massive, massive fall off. Hold on, let me grab the link for you. Streamers in general fall off very quickly. Very, very few people make it to 3+ years. Even here in software and game dev, where I think it's actually easier to get like above 10 average viewers. It's actually easiest, in my opinion, to do that here compared to gaming. Man, to get 10 average viewers in gaming is hard. It's tough. Like, dude, people burn the fuck out way before you're going to hit 10 average viewers on a gaming stream. Here in tech, it's actually kind of easy. But there's a ceiling that you're going to hit. And the ceiling is somewhere around like 100 to 200. There's some people that make it work, but they are the edge cases. So the Primogen brings all of his stream like from YouTube, basically. Thor got famous because of YouTube. Tej is famous because he's Prime's friend. In general, those guys, without bringing in viewers from elsewhere would cap out at around 200 viewers. That's basically it. Right? 200 concurrent viewers. So the key is you actually need to build your audience in this category elsewhere, but also just stay consistent. Theo gets 500 viewers because of his YouTube, as an example. And drop off meaning, yeah, streamer just stopped streaming. Now, viewers don't watch anymore. Like, so I don't know, like maybe click the link. I'll show the link. How about that? Yeah, John Blow. Like super fucking famous. He only gets 300 to 500 because he's not going anywhere else to bring in the audience. The audience he has knows him from maybe the documentary and he's like famous. In my opinion, I still consider John Blow as bringing in his audience from elsewhere. There are very few people that organically build their stream up to more than 200 viewers concurrently in this category. There's a ceiling. And you got to bring people in from elsewhere to break through that ceiling. So yeah, I was specifically talking about streamer drop-off rates. This is what they called it. That's why I called it that. No, that's fine. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, this is streamers that quit streaming. And I've seen so many streamers in this category quit because they think they're going to be the primogen immediately. So like 50% or more of streamers on Twitch in general quit within a month. Within 3 months, it goes up. Within 6 months, it goes up. If you can make it to the 3-year number, you're in a very select group of people. And yeah, no worries, Kevin. I think it's interesting. I've noticed this firsthand. I think as a metric, it would probably consider you having quit. Hell yeah, Trav! And I'm looking forward to it, man. Yeah, you always had a fun stream. I really liked it. Yeah, like you're not going to blow up on YouTube very quickly. Like it's just not going to happen. Nah. This is all the long game. If you're willing to, like, if you enjoy doing it, you're already way ahead of the game. I put down the reason I have lasted this long is that I'm not compromising on who I am during stream. So I'm a jerk sometimes. I apologize for that. I'm working on it. I've been a jerk for longer than I want to care to admit. My entire life, basically. Plot twist. I'm actually better than I used to be. But I'm not playing a character while I stream. I'm not putting on airs. I'm not being fake nice. By being my full authentic me, for better or for worse, it means that I don't have to like convince myself to click the go live button. Yeah, playing a character. Like, dude. People think actors have an easy job. Hell no, dude. Acting is fucking grueling. You gotta be fake your entire life, basically. Because if you are a jerk in public, or a jerk for one fleeting moment, it could ruin your entire career. Just look at Christian Bale. He yelled at someone on set once because he was having a bad day, and he almost got completely canceled for it. You've been watching for a while? Oh, yeah, no worries. Like, I appreciate it. Now, like, I just gotta say, there are people who have watched for a while, and every once in a while, maybe I get too much whiskey in me. It's not an excuse. I'm not putting the blame on it. Every once in a while, I maybe blow something up in a way that didn't need to have that much attention drawn to it, and I can be a bit of a bully in those moments. I agree. I 1000% agree, and I usually regret it. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. I can sometimes be a jerk to people who are kind of jerks anyway. And when those moments happen, there are definitely people who are like, you know, Chris, I've been watching a while and you're just, like sometimes this happens and I don't like it. You know, like, all right, I get it. I thought I warned you. So I try and be like, you know, really ahead of that. It will happen. You'll see a moment where, man, this guy is just kind of a jerk. Yeah, but I'm working on it. There are people who are actually like regulars, people who I've modded, people who are VIPs that have been the target of that person, right? Of the jerk that I can be sometimes. And I apologize, and they're still here. I think it's important to recognize that nobody's perfect. I get that, Einsenheim. My main point about TypeScript is that you don't have to go whole hog. You can sprinkle any wherever you want, man. Just sprinkle some any on it. It's okay. I would really give TypeScript a proper try because the level of like auto-completion you get from it is amazing. Right? Basically, you know, you write Rust. If you write the Rust and it compiles, it's pretty much good to go, right? TypeScript is very similar, as long as you're not sprinkling any all over the place. If you avoid any, you get a lot of the same guarantees that you would expect from something like Rust, which is really powerful. So yeah, like, if you enjoy Rust because if you write it and it compiles, then you're good to go, you can get that same kind of confidence with TypeScript. Not exactly the same confidence, but it's pretty good. Yeah. If you avoid unsafe, for sure. In this case, like, unsafe is basically any. So that would be my point to you. Like, really give TypeScript a try, right? The old college try. And just recognize you can get that same confidence in the code you write right there in your editor, fast feedback loop. More so than just raw JavaScript. But if you want to just keep writing raw JavaScript, go for it. I don't care. No skin off my back. I don't care. Go for it. Have fun. I remember writing raw JavaScript back in the day. You can make it work in the same way. Like, you can just do defensive programming. But man, just think of how much code you wrote in older, just raw JavaScript to guard against this thing being undefined when you could have sworn there's no way it could possibly be undefined. And there you go. The majority of debugging code is validating our assumptions. Very much so, like you can write old school JavaScript in a way where it's actually just as safe and you're doing all that stuff. But just think of like how many lines of code you're doing to do that, right? In very many cases, when you're doing debugging, you need to start validating your assumptions. And Travi and I talked about this on a podcast episode just recently, in which like debugging is validate your assumptions. Chances are you assumed something was the case when it wasn't. This thing could never be undefined. Plot twist. Hey, narrator chimes in. It was undefined. Yeah, I agree with that. But again, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. It's only broken code. It's not the end of the world. SML, is that like XML but better? But yeah, Matisse, what were you up to on your stream? Wait, you've got discounts on Writer? Get 25% off of Writer, which I believe is C#, yeah? So you're doing something with Unity? That's a great point there, Tech Savvy Travi. Yeah, like a lot of the unit tests we end up writing in raw JavaScript could actually just be solved with proper types. That's a great point, for sure. Yeah, I like that. That's a good way of phrasing that. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in our podcast, right? But dude, the GitKraken desktop codebase was Flow since like 2017 or 18. But it was something where, and this is for at least other people, something where like when you made a code change, it would be up to like 30 seconds before the Flow compiler would let you know that that thing is possibly undefined, like in your editor. So it's like a major like context switch because you're just hammering out code, and then 30 seconds later, it comes back and is like, hey, that thing you wrote a while back? Yeah, hold up. Meanwhile, in TypeScript, you get that immediately. Like, it's just so fast. It's right there. The moment you write it, yeah, it could be undefined. Because the way TypeScript does, like, the incremental process, which is cool. But yeah, let me get more music going. And yeah, no worries, Matisse. Enjoy the walk. Letting yourself go. There you go. No, I get it. Yeah. Like, use whatever languages you're comfortable with. But I think one thing that a lot of people don't understand is just because you're learning a new language doesn't mean you're joining that team. They're not sports teams, right? You can learn a new language and never use it again. But you know what you actually get from learning a new language? Patterns. Understanding just like some of the patterns for writing Rust has made me a better TypeScript and JavaScript dev. Like, that shit's important. So you can learn patterns from all sorts of stuff. And learning those patterns makes you a better dev in other languages too. Because it's not language semantics. It's patterns. Take it easy. Hold on. Just chill out, man. Take a deep breath. No, I get it. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, learning Rust, learning Go, learning Elixir made me a better JavaScript dev. I'm going to say that right now. Like, it totally did. And NICAF and Tech Savvy Travy, like, no, there are people that make those arguments, for sure. Zig sounds like a fantastic language, but to call it fully memory safe compared to something like Rust, which is at the compiler level memory safe, they're different. They're just doing different things. So yeah, like I think that's the big point there. You can write memory safe Zig code. You can also write memory unsafe Zig code without any specific like declaration of it being unsafe. You can't do that in Rust. That's the main difference there. Different beasts, different goals. Yeah, for sure. Let me point this out. I got a certificate from UW for writing Objective-C for iOS and macOS applications. We weren't allowed to use automatic reference counting. It was brand new at the time, and the curriculum just wasn't built around it. So we weren't allowed to use it. That was my first foray into a memory managed language. So the retain release cycle, or what is it, like malloc and free? Same idea, right? Same shit. The retain release cycle and understanding how to write memory safe code was important. But you know what? I could have just turned on automatic reference counting and not had to do that shit. Did I have memory leaks when I was doing the retain release stuff? Yup. Luckily, we had a really good TA and like the teacher treated those as actually like a failure of the assignment. So if you had a memory leak, you got to fix it before you can like actually pass the class, pass the assignment. I did that entire class. Well, no. The majority of all 3 semesters, I did with a PC. I was the only person in the class doing so with the PC. I ended up buying a Mac at one point, pretty cheap, and it died like a month later. So I got lucky in the fact that when I would submit an assignment, I would get back the stack trace of the failure when the TA would run it on a real device, because I was only able to use the simulator inside of a remote Mac that I was doing my like Windows dev from. It means I couldn't plug in a real iOS device. And if you don't know this, because you've never done Objective-C and iOS and all that stuff, the simulator is not an emulator. You will get memory leak bugs on a real device that you'll never get inside of the simulator because it's just simulating the environment. I was able to get really good at telemetry by leaving myself logs throughout the process that would let me know like how far something got before it crashed. And that would help me actually debug the memory leaks and other stuff. Because we were given 3 attempts to submit an assignment, right? First attempt, I would get back the bug crash. I would think I would fix it. And then there'd be like maybe 1 or 2 other things. And by the 3rd time, if you don't submit a working application, you failed that assignment. I passed the class. Because I got really good at knowing what telemetry I needed to leave for myself later. So I never needed to learn proper debugging. And instead, I had to focus on log-based debugging. When you recognize it, a debugger is a crutch. If you can't debug something without a debugger, you're fucked. Right? For a lot of these like remote like stack traces you might get at various companies. So I actually like really do credit that class for teaching me proper like telemetry based debugging or log based debugging. Because you don't always have the ability to throw a debugger at it. So when people say, like, why don't you use the debugger? Because I've built up a set of skills to where I don't need the debugger. And I actually find it's, like, such a hassle to click, like, step over, step into all the time. I fucking hate that. Dude, that's the worst dev experience ever. I like log-based debugging because it feels like you're an investigator at a crime scene. It just so happens to be a crime scene that you caused. Yeah, exactly, right? You can't use a debugger on bad code someone else wrote later, right? When you just get the bug report. So yeah, even if you want to keep using debuggers, go for it. I'm not going to say don't use debuggers, but if you're doing it in lieu of actually learning how to do log-based debugging, you're actually setting yourself up for failure in a really bad way. Yeah, back in the day, man, I miss the fact that this dude doesn't go to Seattle JS anymore. But at Seattle JS, there was a dev who some people referred to as JavaScript Jesus because he had an epic beard. He was doing debugging for, I want to say Microsoft Teams. What was, no. What was the thing before Teams that Microsoft bought? Skype? He was doing debugging for Skype. And there was just like, there was a bug he had to debug from just the telemetry that was delivered. He couldn't reproduce it. He couldn't reproduce it. But the bug ended up being a C bug that was related to basically, and maybe C++. Could have been C, could have been C++, I forget which. Where he was doing something like function call, right? Or not he, but like someone had written this code where like the function call had these arguments. And one of those arguments was like, make the thing, right? Some string, and then some number, like some other BS. It turns out in C or C++ or whichever, if this fails in calling the function, whatever cleanup you have inside of this function will never trigger. Right? So there was a memory leak caused by basically this function actually like failing in a major way, but this thing never being able to clean it up. And he had to debug that purely due to telemetry. It was really cool having him describe it. This is already like 6+ years ago at this point, so I may be leaving out some details. But he had to figure that out, right? Like, in what case could that one function call as an argument fail? When if you had simply like done that function call that was passed as an argument above and assigned it to a variable, problem solved, right? Like, you could handle that failure case, no problem. But the fact that it was passed as an argument meant that like some of the other stuff that function was doing would get leaked. And I think, hold on, it may have been something even closer to, right, some other function call, right? So basically just assume that some other function call is throwing. Well, this thing here would never get cleaned up. Right? So anything you're doing that instantiates memory, if this were to fail, this wouldn't be able to be cleaned up anymore. Like some like weird, like crazy edge case to that. My takeaway is never do a function call as an argument. Problem solved, right? Assign it to a variable and then pass it to a function. Hey. So the memory leak would be the thing here that made the thing, but then this fails and there's no mechanism to clean this up anymore. I think that's actually it. So after having said it, like, yeah, like just trying to like rationalize it in my head. I haven't written nearly enough like significant C or C++, so anyone who does, feel free to jump in, but I believe it was something like that. And here's another bit. It could easily be part of like the undefined behaviors depending on what compiler you're using. So that's another bit where like Rust, like C++ these days has mechanisms similar to Rust. It does, right? There are things that you can do that make C++ feel like you're writing Rust. And you get those safeties and that memory safety and all that. But that depends on which compiler you're using. So as far as I know, one of the core goals of Rust is to eliminate a lot of the undefined behaviors. Right? If it's not part of the formal specification, all these other C++ compilers decide to do something different because it's not specified. And that is like a major fear you should have. Undefined behaviors for C++ and C is a major problem. And there are people out there that actually like write their code assuming some of these undefined behaviors work a specific way. And that's where you run into like the craziness of it. But yeah, honestly, I love streaming. Man, if you guys are thinking about streaming, you totally should. This is the best. Just being able to chat with other devs about this stuff, to just rant and chill and have a beverage and hang out. Man. Man, this is just the best. Like, anyone remember Nate Codes? He used to stream, right? I've seen him tweet about mustering the courage to click the go live button. I can't relate to that. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Mustering the courage to click go live? No. I have to convince myself not to click go live. Or, you know, start streaming or whatever they call it in OBS. You know what I mean. And I get it, X Factor. Like, you just have to create a community that you love interacting with. And that means banning people that fucking suck. You know, like, just saying. It's all about just creating a community you actually want to interact with. I'm almost positive that's why Benawad doesn't stream anymore. Yeah, damn right, Kevin. For sure, man. This is my space. Not my space, my space. But yeah, like, you know, I do regret being a jerk when it happens, because it does. But yeah, you create a community that you want to be in, there's other people that want to be there too. Right? Just cultivate that community and you're good to go. Yeah. It's not about being a jerk. Like, I regret the moments where I'm a true jerk. I don't regret banning people that suck. There's a very big difference. And yeah, are we slowing down on our dev velocity? Yeah, absolutely. It's 8 p.m. on a Saturday. Like, I'm not going to stress out about getting code work done. Like, we already finished an entire feature of user management. All right? API key management is something that does require a bit of thought. And we can get back to thinking about it and chatting about it, which I'm okay with. Sounds great. But yeah, any other like questions and random like stuff, like, yeah, don't hold back. I don't mind. We're definitely not gonna like get into like a heads down, like hammering shit out thing, you know? It's only 6.5 hours. It hasn't been 7 yet. Come on. I get it. No, I'm chilling. Nah. I like getting stuff done. Like you said, like it's addicting. It's super fun. Like just making a thing that didn't exist. Oh my God. Oh, that's the best. And I also kind of want to launch this product in time to maybe do a Y Combinator application. Maybe. I don't know. I'm due for my lease to be signed in April. I would need to have a confirmation from Y Combinator way ahead of that for me not to sign the lease. And I believe their plan for the spring cohort is actually to like give people answers by April. So I would feel bad applying because I can't make a decision without them making the decision way sooner. Send me your resume? We'll see. I do think this product has legs. Like Y Combinator is you need to submit by February 11th. So we got 10 days for that, which I don't think we're at a proper MVP by then. I could apply without a proper MVP, maybe. We'll see. But as far as like signing my lease for the next year, I'll probably just sign my lease for the next year, which means I'll not apply to Y Combinator until next year, which is fine because I think if I can do like a proper like bootstrapping of this thing, try it out, use it, dog food it within other products I make, I can just apply next year and we're fine. But I definitely plan on approaching venture capital in some way at some point within the next year. I actually want to approach the people that funded Unkey. Right? Unkey is also just a fantastic product. And man, if I had money to burn, I would absolutely be using Unkey for like our API key management stuff. I don't think I'm there yet. For the same reason I'm not using Clerk or any other thing, I need this project to be bootstrapped from the ground up. Meanwhile, like other things I want to use to dog food Waltr, I will be using. Would I be willing to let chat help with coding Waltr? No. The reason is ownership becomes really fuzzy. I don't think I want to deal with that entire like issue, right? I'd rather just own the product. Like ownership becomes a major problem when you start letting other people like contribute and all that. And I don't want anyone to feel slighted by that effect either, right? User contributor license agreement. Yeah, no, I get that. And we could do that, but this isn't an open source project. So it's just, nah. I'm good. I'd rather just build it. Like the more I end up getting other people involved, the more it funnels me into like a project manager role instead. And I don't think this product is to the point where I can do that. Like I'm figuring stuff out. I wouldn't be able to create a good ticket for someone, right? Like this is the ticket I'd give someone. Build out our API key management. For me, this is enough. For me to give this to someone else, I'd feel bad about that. And then I'd just spend all my time writing tickets. Like, no, that doesn't sound fun. It's something I'll have to do eventually, but not right now. Not when we're like building out the actual product. Maybe Einsenheim, but that part gets tricky. I would say go for it. You know. Think about how it could be abused. Those would be my questions as a person who can't afford to invest, but if I pretend I could be a potential investor, I would really want to know, like, what are you doing to mitigate abuse? And then random stuff, this is whiskey lemonade. So I pour whiskey to about there. That's like an ounce, maybe ounce and a half. And then water to the rest, and then lemonade mix. Ansenheim, I do think it's a great idea. But you better have those kinds of like answers ready if you're seeking investment. If you just want to build it and bootstrap it, yeah, go for it. Fuck yeah. That sounds great. Like very similarly, I wouldn't expect anybody to invest in this product without seeing it work, right? Without having other projects that have made it work, which is why I need to dog food it into other projects, in my opinion. All right, so what are the steps we should approach at the moment? We should scaffold out these 3 endpoints. We should scaffold out the section for that. And yeah, like the schema, well, that means, yeah, we need to, like, the order of operations for any of this is actually slightly different. We need to create the interface for that, right, from the schema. Then we can create the backend endpoints, or at least scaffold them, and then start filling in those blanks. And then after that, we can create the front end section for it. So let's start building out that schema. All right, it's going to be over here in TSBS. All right, so API key log. Yeah, some of this logging stuff. Ooh, yeah, we don't have that in our notes. Hold on. Plans for the longer term? Right. As part of like the enterprise aspect of this, we need to have logging set up in a way that people can view those logs and report on those logs and maybe like grab those things via like reading and writing and blah, 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 that they can like submit that for SOC 2 compliance for their own products. That part's actually pretty important. Like we have, oh man, this notes file is acting as my like my Jira board or Jira like tasking and tickets. Not ideal. Definitely not ideal. But it'll work for now. Yeah, this notes file needs to like live somewhere else for sure. There's a bunch of stuff where we need to add like spinners and yeah, like UX concerns. Those can be post MVP for sure. Ooh, we almost want to think about like All right, so we need to build out other projects to see how well it works. Right, schedule-wise. Ugh, no, dude. All right, Super Maven, you're fucking up on all this. We stream 5 days a week so far. All right, so my thought is like tentatively, we plan on like 4 days and then we like do a single day of solving things. I think this kind of scheduling is actually less important because we should resolve bugs in Waltr the moment we find them, actually. And hey, Messino, Mr. Sir, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. I missed some other follows too. Revisualize, Lemos Beats, and Legandalith. Legandalith. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but yeah, I like the name. Thank you. And dude, like, Messino, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Like, man. What did I do to deserve that? Because you have 1 Prime sub to give. And you gave it here. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Like, there are streamers that would look down on, like, a Prime sub? It's not a real sub. No. You're given 1 Prime sub a month. And you gave it here. That's a huge honor. So, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not looking down on the real subs either. Come on. Come on. But just recognize. A Prime sub is 1 a month. So you got to like really think about who you give that Prime sub to. Like, I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, Ethan, you trying to play some games tonight? We could play some PoE too. Yeah, so Turbo removes the ads on every platform, and it's so good. I fucking love Turbo. Yeah, I pay for Turbo. I pay for Turbo. Absolutely. It's so worth it. But yeah, like you can also then just support a stream too. And that support really helps. And we do get paid for Turbo users. Keep that in mind. Like, yeah, like every Turbo viewer during like an ad break actually pays me as if you watch the ads, which is huge. Like that shit's super cool, man. So yeah, like if you want to buy Turbo and, you know, not subscribe to the channel, I'd actually recommend it. For me especially, because I raid all sorts of streamers that I couldn't possibly like subscribe to every single streamer I raid. I don't want to see ads when I first get in there. Like, no, it's totally worth it to me. See, I pay for Turbo, for sure. You watch like 3 streams total, but you can't stand ads. And at 3 streams, you're at the break-even point, you know? Turbo is the same cost as 3 subs. So fuck it. Yeah. I get it. Makes sense. $10 to 15 different streamers. Yeah, I mean, Turbo is probably worth it. But also, they're probably streamers that you want to support anyway, so I get that too. Thank you for your sub. But yeah, Ethan, I know it's like a little bit later for you. If you wanted to hop into some PoE 2, just let me know. You know I got a character at basically every level, so we're good to go there. But I could also just play some Kingdom Come Deliverance and maybe get to finishing that game in the next 3 days. I doubt it. I really doubt it. I haven't even done like the first mission you get towards the story. I've just been doing side stuff. Am I gaming tomorrow? I mean, tomorrow is a day off of this stream. I do have video editing to do. I do have some other stuff, but I can totally game and then hop back to the video editing. So yeah, like earlier in the day kind of thing. We could hop into some stuff. Just let me know. Yeah. All right, bring Sneaky. I think it's Sneaky, right? Shit. Dude, I fuck up if it's Sneaky or like another person's name who is like the same color here in Twitch chat. I think it's Sneaky, right? Shit. I could be fucking that one up. It is Sneaky. All right. Yeah, like let's play some games. Me, you, and Sneaky. Let's play some PoE 2. Let me get more music going though. All right, so we can do a little bit of the scaffolding. I do need to get food in my belly here soon, though. All right, it's 8 p.m. I ate just a little bit of food earlier. I think I actually skipped dinner last night. Who here was there for gaming stream last night? Did I forget to eat? I think I forgot to eat. I think I forgot to eat. Not a hacker, you out there? Oh, hold on, X Factor. You're saying I use P10K? No, I use No. I use Alien as my Zish theme. It's very similar, but no, I use Alien, not power level 10K. The get diff status. Is that what the question mark is supposed to be? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd say check out Alien. Alien's really good, man. I'd say give Alien a shot. Also, can I point out Robbie Russell, the creator of Oh My Zish? Super fucking cool, man. I got to meet that dude in person. He actually lives right down there in Portland. He has a band. I don't remember what his band name is. We should listen to it. We should listen to it. Oh my God, hold on. Robbie Russell. Guitarist for the Mighty Missoula and Amy M. Sorensen. Okay. Fuck yeah. Mighty Missoula, give me your shit. I refuse. Bandcamp though. Bandcamp though. All right, hold on. We're gonna give it a listen. Fuck yeah, dude. Now, we're going to give it a listen. Fuck yeah, man. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Yeah, let's give it a shot. I've never heard this. Please be nice because the dude behind it is really fucking cool. We don't have to like it. We don't have to be jerks about not liking it. Instrumental post-rock. Okay, so they're going to be like really atmospheric, which I understand. I get it. Tech Savvy Travie, I don't know if you know, the guy that made Oh My Zish is a musician. He's super fucking cool. Super fucking cool. It is a 2-minute intro on a 6-minute song, so keep that in mind. But very like in line with post-rock, right? So don't judge him for that necessarily. I would hope the songs after this don't have 2-minute long intros. But we'll see. And shit, are we at 3-minute long intros? Oh, Spackle, I hope you know you don't have to actually like use bits to do that. You can just do the emote. Right? You can just do a smiley face and we see it big, right? At least here on stream. So yeah, no, I'll take the bits, but no, I get it, but like look, it's big anyway. Do it without the thing. right? Just do the emote. Just try it. Just give it a try. Just give it a shot. There you go. Yeah, there you go, right? We allow any emote to be big time. You don't got to pay for that privilege. It's just right there, man. Clippy is old school. Yeah, Clippy's the best. He's put up with our shit code for years, man. But yeah, just pointing it out, you know. Thank you for the bits, but also they're big time without the bits. I'm not trying to like milk people for the bits, all right? Do I have a favorite TypeScript feature? Yeah, that feature is preventing me from shipping broken code. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm sorry. I don't involve myself that deeply in the features of TypeScript. I just use it because I'm tired of like the defensive programming that I'd have to do without it, you know? All right, let's try this next song. That last one was very like atmospheric is the nice way of phrasing it. The worst way of phrasing it is that song didn't go anywhere. It's a 4-minute song and they've wasted 30 seconds already. I like how this is going. Well, I like the drum bit. String literal types. Ooh, yeah, some of the magic you can do with that. Like, oh man. So here's the biggest thing. I don't employ a lot of like the crazier TypeScript type stuff. I just don't do it. But TS Hero, Type Hero, that's it. If you want to like practice and learn a bunch of like the black magic or, you know, the dark arts around TypeScript types, Type Hero is the way to go, man. Nobody tell Trash Dev that I'm recommending his thing. Come on, man. No, you can tell him. I don't care. It's fine. I think, yeah, what he's made is really fucking cool. Like, really fucking cool. I'm just so surprised they haven't monetized it in any way yet. Because they should. Right? There should be like a paid version of this. Yeah, no, this site's amazing. And they did such a good job building it. Like, many features, such wow. Ooh, when you mouse over, it's got the fucking Doge smile. Ah, Trash Dev's just so good. He's too pure. The world doesn't deserve Trash Dev. Now, whoever designed this site is really good too. God, whoever did this designing is really good. I'd be curious to know, like, he didn't write that code. Come on. We know Trash Dev. He didn't write that code. He just clicked approve on the PR. Yeah, like, no, there's just so much that is, like, really nice about how this was built. Like, really, really, really well done. Dude, I'm a huge fan. And Trash Dev is actually, like, such a cool person. He's actually, like, man, if you think he's cool on stream, he's even cooler in person. That's fucking crazy. Okay? That shit's fucking crazy, man. How can someone be that fucking cool? How can someone be that fucking cool? How dare they? But yeah, built with 0110 by the Trash Devs community. No, I get it there. Eisenheim? Like, no, I get it. Yeah, I'm like West Coast, so it's only 8:30 p.m. for me. Hey, shit. I got hours ahead of me. Unless I get too much whiskey in me, and then I'll be passing out in like an hour. But, you know, yeah, I think we're good. I think we're at a good point. It's hard to know in the moment. I'll only know tomorrow when I wake up. Did I remember this moment tomorrow? That's how I'll know if I overdid it, you know? Like yesterday, I barely remembered ending stream yesterday. Barely. Like, dude, shit. Like, I didn't remember pushing up some of these packages. I hope I hid my stream and didn't leak my IP address, but, you know, we'll see. Whatever. I do have a gaming stream that you might want to check out. For sure. I'll be over on gaming here just, you know, after this stream. And I'll be over on that stream all day tomorrow. A trance? Maybe. Too much whiskey? Definitely not. Nobody codes good code when they're drunk as shit. All right? Nobody. I'm sorry. You think you do? You're fucking wrong. But just recognize that coding tired and coding drunk are basically the same thing. Just like driving tired and driving drunk are basically the same thing. So if you were to code tired and review in the morning when you wake up, there you go. That's actually the right way to do that. It's like shower thoughts, but for code. Yeah, absolutely. I'll agree with that. I agree. Yeah. So ideas, right? Like, that was a thing that Einstein did. He would actually make himself stay up late, right? Like sleep deprive himself to come up with ideas. Not Einstein, sorry. Edison. Not Einstein, Edison. Edison would do this thing where he forces himself to stay awake, to come up with ideas, and then he just reviews the ideas when he wakes up in the morning. Because there's something about like our normal thought process is hindered by our thinking and our evaluation of those thoughts. When we're tired or drunk, we don't do that same evaluation. So you allow yourself to make crazy thoughts that you wouldn't normally get to without way more effort. That's actually the biggest thing. Like, your ability to jump to a random like thread is improved when you like remove some of those barriers to those. So tired and drunk programming are actually really good for brainstorming because you're allowing yourself to jump to these ideas that your conscious and sober brain simply just wouldn't let you do because like, well, hold on, why? I don't get it. No. Like, why would I do that? Like, no, it could never be the problem. Meanwhile, your tired and drunk brain say, why not? And that is a powerful, powerful mechanism. That is something like really actually kind of magical. For sure. All right, so the music. I like Robbie Russell. I think he's a great person. I'm not a big fan of this style of like atmospheric post-rock. I think there are other kinds of post-rock that are really good. Explosions in the Sky hits those moments every once in a while. Russian Circles is post-rock, but man, they hit those moments like immediately. I would never give this feedback directly to Robbie Russell because they're making music they want to make. Like, nah, man. Like, I wouldn't want this feedback from me. I'm just not the person that they're targeting with this music. I get that. That's fine. That's totally fine to me. This is an 8-minute song. We're going to skip ahead on this 8-minute song. And then, yeah, X Factor, real quick. If you want to note, in the future, you could just use the word certainly instead of for sure. For sure. Certainly. Without a doubt. Noted. Yeah. Just saying, like, there are things you can do from, like, a writing perspective to say the same thing in different ways. You're welcome. There you go. And yeah, this hoodie is epic. This is one of my favorite hoodies. This is one of the first, like, goofy hoodies I bought. I bought it to fuck with the cats that I had at the time. They didn't give a shit. They were like, Chris, we know you. We know your shenanigans. Fuck you. When are you feeding us? The 2 cats I had were not fazed. Like, dude, they were not fazed by this hoodie whatsoever. Yeah, you're still Chris. We know it. Yeah. When's the food? All right, I'll let the album keep playing a little bit. I do have to use the restroom again. It's not my main cup of tea. So I'm trying to think of the best way to frame what I like music like this for. I think this kind of like album is really good, but only fits like a specific purpose. And really, like, my guess is that they could make like movie soundtracks. But sometimes a movie soundtrack needs that song that fucking pumps, you know? And I think there's nothing here that would actually make me want to hire them for a movie soundtrack as like the core only band that I'm paying, right? Like, just think about The Social Network. Trent Reznor nailed it with that soundtrack. But not every single track could be this like atmospheric thing. Like, sometimes you need a song to fucking hit, right? Like the fucking rowing song in the movie The Social Network when they're doing like the, you know, the crew like bullshit, like rowing, like blah, 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 whatever, right? That song fucking hits. You need songs in a film that sometimes drive the scene rather than the scene driving the song, if that makes sense. So I would say they are really good at the atmospheric, but they need more, right? If their goal is to like make soundtracks, there's more to a soundtrack than the atmospheric stuff. Like, just consider the fact that like Beverly Hills Cop has that one main song. Like, that's like the main bit. But there's like an entire section to that song that's like boop 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 boop. It's like muted. There's a single song that you can slice up and cut for the entire film, basically. Besides, like, The Heat Is On. Like, the majority of the Beverly Hills Cop, like, soundtrack is actually encompassed by the main song, which is kind of crazy. And that is, like, genius in songwriting. By being able to make a single song that solves the majority of the film. You don't need a whole album to be atmospheric. You don't. You just don't. So, yeah. And again, I'm not trying to roast it. Robbie Russell, fucking awesome. And as far as atmospheric stuff goes, no, this is killing it. This is super good. Could I listen to it in the car? No, I'd fall asleep. I would totally fall asleep. If I was looking to fall asleep, this would be perfect going to sleep music. Right? So I'm not sure what they're trying to accomplish with this music, and maybe they're not trying to accomplish anything because music doesn't have to solve a problem, you know? Music just simply needs to exist. So I get that too. It is currently putting me to sleep too. All right, so hold on. You want to hear what I consider some of the best post-rock? And this band is coming to Seattle. I need to actually like buy a ticket for sure. I need to buy a ticket to this stuff. This is the album. I need to buy this album. So that's on me. I need to buy this album for sure. But yeah, this band's coming to Seattle here in the next, like, I think maybe April? They're playing at the Showbox, which is my favorite venue. Just wait. Ooh, it gets crunchy. Don't worry there, four wheel. This shit'll wake you up in just a second. Remember to eat tonight. Yes, I'll remember to eat tonight. Do I need the calories from eating, from food? Ugh. Nah, I'm good. I can just swallow a multivitamin and call it solid. If you didn't have a roommate, you'd be guilty of not eating. I'll just pop a multivitamin. We're set, man. No big deal. No, I'm kidding, by the way. I do need to decide, do I want to do chicken pot pies or dumplings? I'm thinking dumplings. I'm pretty sure I'm doing dumplings. It's a tough choice. It really is. Yeah, they're frozen. Yeah, the chicken pot pies. I picked up the Marie Collander's like smaller pot pies, not like the giant ones that take an hour and a half to cook. Yeah, Costco has like the Marie Collander's ones, like the proper sized, so they're like reasonably like sized. Oh, I get it, Eisenheim. I used to work in a kitchen. Absolutely. Dude, I can't do mashed potatoes because I got to do them right, you know? Ugh. Yeah, I worked at the Cascade Dining Room at Mount Hood in Oregon. It's a... I don't know what, like, the Michelin stars are. But I believe the hotel is a 4-star restaurant, or a 4-star hotel, which means that the restaurant has to be, like, up to snuff, right? Only reason it's not a 5-star hotel is because they don't have valet parking. That's, like, the main thing. But yes, I've worked in kitchens. I've been a prep cook. I've been a dishwasher. I've been a pantry, right? Like, you know, doing the muse and the fucking, like, salads and bullshit. Cascade Dining Room has 1 Michelin star, which I think is pretty fucking good, right? Like, people will look at like 1 star as like a bad thing because like bullshit, right? Wait, what's up? Yeah, anything with even a single Michelin star is good. Yeah. Okay, yep, exactly. Yeah, they do like a breakfast buffet. Like it's at Timberline Lodge, which was a Works Progress Administration project. So most of the entire like main part of the lodge was built by artisans back in like 1920 or 1930s type era, right? But yeah, dude. Yeah, like we did proper fucking food. Like it was good. And yeah, I worked as a pantry cook, right? Which means salads and the amuse and all that bullshit. I made the mashed potatoes at one point as a prep cook. I did a bunch of like prep work when I worked there. It was fantastic. The breakfast buffet is a bit meh. Eh. It isn't all you can eat, so yeah, like if you're a snowboarder, we can put back the calories. So if you do end up staying at Timberline Lodge, the breakfast buffet is actually kind of worth it. I feel like I don't know what the price is. It's like 20 or $30. I can easily eat $20 worth of bacon. I might be cramming some of it into my pocket or something for later, but yeah, I can easily eat $20 worth of bacon. Hold on. I'll allow it. I'm not sure why. Oh, areola was the part they were holding. I get it. Yeah, that sounds a little like much for me. But yeah, if you like it, enjoy it. Hell yeah, man. Aerials, not areolas. Ah, touche. I don't actually know the difference. You could have just told me pomegranate areolas are a thing. Well, okay. Shit. What do I know? All right. Cool, man. All right. So to me, this is good post rock. Twitch doesn't autocorrect anything you do. That's your OS. Yeah, no, Twitch doesn't do any autocorrection. They'll let you send any terrible thing you want. Twitch is not autocorrecting you. That's your OS. That's like some other thing. Twitch has nothing to do with the autocorrection. But yeah, dude, Robbie Russell, such a fucking cool dude. This guy's awesome. If you use Oh My Zish, yeah, he's the creator. He's fucking so cool, man. Ah, he's so cool. I'm a big fan. When chatting with him in person, I gotta dial back the fanboyism, obviously. Yeah, there are a bunch of people I'm a huge fan of that I don't necessarily want to actually like make obvious. Gary Bernhardt goes to Seattle JS. That dude's the fucking man. Oh my god, he's my favorite like JavaScript celebrity, and he would actually hate the fact that I'm calling him a JavaScript celebrity because he's not a fan of JavaScript in general. It's okay, whatever. I'm a huge fan of Gary Bernhardt, but I got to dial it back a bit when I talk to him in person. So yeah, the fact that Unkey has roles open for back-end dev, like, no, that's not me. But anyone who has a strong proficiency in Go, check out Unkey because I really believe in their product. I think what they're building is so fucking cool. The only reason I'm not using Unkey for Waltr is bootstrapping reasons. I just can't justify it. I just can't do it. I think Unkey is one of the smartest products to have been launched around like this space in ages. I actually question the fact that like the monetize your API thing is something they think is actually that valuable. Like there's other companies that do this. Nah. What I'm building with Waltr, I would fully expect Unkey to maybe want to acquire at some point. If they secure a big enough round, they could just buy me out. And I would love to work with these guys to build it out, like to make it what it could be, etc. So yeah, my guess is they're actually kind of close to their next like funding round. The UI is so good. Unkey is about building out like API key management for your product. So yeah, are you building a product that has API keys as a fundamental part of what you're building? Yeah, you should probably use Unkey. And I would be using Unkey if I could afford it, but I can't. So instead, yeah, the thing we're thinking about doing is I am building out my own API key system instead, which I know I have documented somewhere. There it is. Yeah, for sure, right? But anytime you spent developing that, you could probably just pay like a standard fee to a company, right? For $25 a month. How much is your time worth? Could your company have made a profit off of just using a service instead of paying you to do it? Maybe. I'm not saying they would. That's up to you. I get it. So rate limiting is a big thing they do. Sure. Yeah, rate limiting. Validating the API keys. Sure. So what I'm building, there. So in Trexon, all right. So now we're on to pitch time. Shit. All right. Every single software as a service that you've ever used has quotas and balances that they need to manage. Anytime they're building out, managing those quotas and like using it within their reporting and all that stuff, and then building dashboards to visualize those quotas and balances, is time that they're not spending building their actual product. So The expensive solution is building it in-house and having this thing that is fundamentally tied to what you're doing. In my opinion, every software as a service is a potential customer because they could delete thousands of lines of code from their own product for handling this bullshit, for visualizing this bullshit. That's the elevator pitch. I tried to fit it within 30 seconds. I don't know if I hit that. I didn't actually measure it. But that was my 30 seconds of why I think it's valuable. If you have further questions, let me know. Do I have a UI made for this yet? Yeah, I'm building out the UI. Yeah, man. I got all sorts of stuff for managing these things. I got a UI for you to do so. I'm doing a bunch of that stuff. Is it ready for you to sign up for yet? No, definitely not. But that's the goal. And no, I don't have to do this pitch all day, every day, or whatever, but it's not the mindset I'm in right now to justify the product. I do think I need to get good at the elevator pitch. So at this point, how do you feel about the 30 seconds I gave you? What do I need to add to it to make it more convincing? Because I think technically a minute would be valuable, but 30 seconds is if I can get it all out in 30 seconds, it's way better. USP. What does USP stand for? Unique selling point. There's not a single product that does exactly what I'm doing. My unique selling point is my product. There isn't a single thing that does exactly what I'm doing. Too many of the other products that exist are trying to do it as replacing Stripe or being the middleman between you and Stripe. And I'm not trying to be the middleman between you and Stripe. Yeah, every other product in this space is trying to middleman Stripe for you. I'm not trying to do that. Now, what value do I bring? Well, just put it into hours that a dev would have to use to make this happen. And I'd say easily 30 hours minimum. Right? How long do you think it would take you to build out a quota system for what you're doing, as well as to store it and make it zero downtime, as well as a visualization for those things, etc. And you're looking at easily a 2 to 3 person team that is dedicated to that at a large business. How's the quota system going to work in the back end? Well, how it's going to work is outside of the elevator pitch. Yeah, 6 months. I think some people would say it could be done quicker. Indie hackers would say they could do it themselves in a week. I call bullshit on that one. But indie hackers are the worst target market. At a company, yeah, you're going to deal with easily 6 months of the back and forth about the design and all that bullshit, right? Yeah, most of us could do a buggy version in a week, but then you're stuck maintaining that code with a trash UI. At the worst enterprises, 6 months before you even start writing the code. Yeah, right? So at the end of the day, it's the same problem that something like Clerk has, right? I could build out an auth system that solves the Clerk problem for way cheaper than it costs to pay for Clerk for the stuff I needed. Any company with a budget would rather just pay for Clerk. Worst case, it never gets done. Ooh, touche there, four wheel. Yeah. Where will the quota evaluation happen? That's on our end. So you go to increment the quota. I send you back a response that tells you that their quota is exceeded. That kind of thing. We also technically have the idea of, for a quota, we can notify users before they hit their limit, right? We can let it be overdraftable and how much so, etc. So like we're setting up a bunch of these mechanisms to where like, well, how do we want to handle that? How am I going to do the aggregation? That's a fuzzy statement. What do you mean by that? Let's say your service has 200 instances. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Your service just has a quota. All those 200 instances add to the same quota. If you want to create a separate quota for each 200, well, then they're their own quota, right? Like I'm still not sure what you're asking. We're billing this based upon your customers and their usage. So this, like, no, hold on, real quick. Data transfer and runtime is based upon the accounts that you are billing people for. Because this is a B2B software as a service. So if you are Vercel, this data transfer quota is per account. So at that point, like, yeah, like if you got 10 clients, yeah, those 10 clients are accounts and they have their own quota. Does that make sense? What am I missing here? Client 1 has a quota, and the maximum for that quota is based upon like the service level that that user is billed for. And what we don't have at the moment that I think you're getting at is you having your own like billing tiers. We don't have tiers set up within our system yet, but we probably do need to have those, right? At which point you might have like multiple quotas with their maximums tied to an account. I would say that is beyond MVP, but something I do need to like consider. So if you want to like have someone at your free tier versus your middle tier versus your like other tier, those are like a tier system that we don't have support for yet, but we can do. How will I aggregate how many requests per second? That's up to you to send me the request for incrementing the request per second. Like it's not about per second. It's about total requests. I don't care about per second. That's not a thing I'm solving. I'm not solving the per second problem. I'm solving just the total requests. That quota instead. Per second could be an eventual pivot, an eventual thing we add, but no, I'm not trying to solve intervals for that. I'm simply operating at like the month interval. Like look at Vercel. Look at their billing. It'll happen async because going above your limit, there should be a realm in which there is like a forgiveness. If you're talking about balances, that's separate. Balances are basically synchronous. I think you're digging into like how the sausage is made rather than like the sausage you get. I don't think that part's important to you as a consumer. I'm using DynamoDB as my storage mechanism. But I'm really questioning, like, yeah, like those questions are outside the realm of what an actual consumer would be aware of. Hystrix, I'm not aware of Hystrix. So I get that. That makes sense. I think this is going a little deeper than maybe is relevant for the chat here. But if you want to chat about this in another way, we can do that. Personally, for me as a dev, those are not questions I would need answered for most of what I'm building, because they're the same like problems and questions I'd have with a homegrown solution as well. No matter what, it's all asynchronous, right? So I don't think it's actually a problem. Everything would be asynchronous. So you need to program it into your application that you need to check the balance or the quota every single time you're doing one of these operations, right? I could be wrong, but like, anyway, no, I get it. No, I see the comment. Sorry. I'm sorry that term got held back. I swear more than you do. Shit. Right? Like, nah, I don't give a fuck about a swear word. Come on, Twitch, figure it out. Nah, you're good, man. No, I appreciate that. What I'm getting at, though, is like, as a dev personally, it's all going to be asynchronous. Like, the sync versus async doesn't matter anymore. It's all asynchronous because you're dealing with an external store no matter what you're doing. Right? Now, you might be dealing with like a little bit less like delay, like less latency for a thing you maintain internally at your network versus like an external request. But it's still async, right? No, and I get that Intrix on. Like, I totally get it. I 1000% get it. But like sync versus async, none of these operations will ever be synchronous, right? So I think that line of questioning was a little off. And maybe you were just testing if I understood the problem space. Maybe. Like, okay, I get it. Yeah, nothing is ever synchronous. Ever. Right? Okay, you were just checking. I get it. Yeah. None of this is synchronous. But it is something I need to be prepared for in questioning in the future, because you asked it, someone else will ask it too. Like, it's just like law of probabilities at that point. So I get it. Thank you. Yeah, I would just question anyone that thinks like Any major part of system design could be synchronous. It's just impossible. I would massively question anybody that thinks this could be synchronous. Like, even if you're just going to a local Redis system, it's not synchronous, right? You might be dealing with less than a millisecond of latency, but it's still not sync, you know? Okay. No, I get that. I get that. Yeah, like nothing is ever synchronous. Like even when you're dealing with a local design, like a local system where you're doing like file IO, that shit ain't synchronous either. Nothing is synchronous. If you can actually like wrap your head around nothing being synchronous, it'll make your code better, just in general. Nothing is ever synchronous. If you can make that assumption, you'll write better code. And that's my opinion. I still do write code that is somewhat synchronous. But if it goes beyond the system we're in, nah, definitely not. What percentage of Waltr do I think is complete? I would say we are at like the 80%, but the last 20% takes 80% of the time. So I don't know, man. Some people understand the reference I'm making there. What is that? Pareto principle? I think it's Pareto. Yeah, damn right. The last 20% takes easily 80% of the time. So releasing software is 80% plus 80%. %80 of the time, every time. Exactly, their X factor. You can just make it a fucking an Anchorman quote. It works 80% of the time, every time. You realize that makes no sense, right? Does it? And Four Wheel, is this music nailing it? Right? This is like proper post-rock, in my opinion. This is what post-rock should be. The conversation is nailing it. Touche. Touche. What am I drinking? So I pour bourbon to about there, then water, and then lemonade mix. This is a whiskey lemonade. The official name is Lynchburg Lemonade, but fuck that fucking name. Ugh, gross. This is a CM Griffin lemonade. It's pretty good. It's actually a thing. It looks so green. It's a green glass, right? Look at it empty. It's already green. Like, look at the edges at least. It's a green glass. It's one of those ones you can get at a grocery store. It has like the Weeblo symbol. I don't know if it's like obvious or you can see it, but right, like Boy Scout wise, it has like the Weeblo symbol. I think that's the name of it. Shit. I never made it as a fucking like Weeblo Scout. I was a Boy Scout. Cub Scout, technically. I never went beyond it. Fucking lazy. But I do know that's like the Weeblo symbol, like from like Cub Scouts. You can't see it, but you know what I mean. You know the symbol, right? But yeah, bourbon lemonade is super good. I recommend it actually. It's kind of solid. Like it's a really good like summer drink. It's not summer right now, but man, I'm sweating here. I'm schwitzing. I'm schwitzing here, man. Come on, take it easy. Oh, this is the best song on the album. Dude, Russian Circles is so fucking good. All right, I need to buy the tickets to go see this show. They're coming to Seattle. They're coming to Seattle, man. Uh, 3D for presentation. Oh, Bruno Simon. He's the dude that made that like the epic like portfolio, like using like 3JS and all that shit. So let me just point out, I did 3D graphics in high school. I learned 3D Studio Max back in like, dude, 2001. I had learned Rhino before that. Right? Like NURBS based modeling. NURBS never made sense to me. I'm sorry. Like NURBS just don't make sense. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But no, I've done 3D like modeling for ages, and I realized it wasn't a career I wanted very quickly. Right? 3D like modelers are a dime a dozen, and you are like a throwaway. Dude, it's like there is like zero fucking safety in that career. There is zero safety in being like 3D modeling, like a 3D designer, etc. Dude. Yeah. Nah, man. No, I get it. Like, I did that kind of shit for years, and I knew that there was no future in it. No, like the learning curve is totally fucking possible. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it, dude. Yeah, no worries there, X Factor. Have a good night. We'll be over on gaming here in a little bit. We're going way later than we should. I get it. Yeah. Ah, dude, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. You know that. But yeah, as far as like 3D modeling goes, like, dude, nobody respects anyone for that work, and it's never been the case. You've always been a commodity, like, person to do so. They could just hire someone from fucking India or China to do it at the same level. And you're out of a job, you know? Meanwhile, for software dev, I've worked with outsourced software devs. Boy, they suck. Like, man, I'm not saying there's like no good software devs out there. What I'm getting at is the ones that the company I'm working for would hire are not the good ones. right? When they're looking for like the bottom dollar to pay, they're not selecting for the best. They're not doing it. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. So yes, there are amazing devs in all of those places. Don't assume I'm saying a thing I'm not. There are amazing devs in India, in China, in all sorts of countries, right? But fuck, man. The companies that are paying as little as possible cannot afford to pay the best. They're paying like the middle devs. And the middle devs fucking suck. Oh, they're so fucking bad, dude. They're just so shitty. Oh my god, dude. Because they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They just don't care about the product you're making. They're just there to bill hours for the company they work for. And that's it. That's it. They could be actually great devs, but they just don't care. You can't pay someone to care when you're paying them bottom dollar. So wait, hold on. You had an outsourced software dev try and tell you that their code was better since they came up with it and was somehow better than a built-in feature of JS. The moment you said using .sort was the right way to go because who gives a shit, they lost their shit and had to go. Yeah, again, like there are bad devs out there that think absolute performance matters. It doesn't. Absolute performance is a fucking... It's a bridge someone sold someone at some point. Oh, you had to go. No, they stayed. You left. I get it. Okay. Yeah. Touche. No. Definitely not. Definitely not worth the effort. I get it. Eisenheim. Like, totally get it. Damn, Entra. That dude was saying he doesn't want to look at his wife. Someone needs to send that to his wife. Yikes. Dude. No. If you want any of these links, like, as always, Mr. Sir, if you like a song I'm playing, it's always an exclamation point song away. If I could type. Oh, we did it. Hey, there we go. Yeah, no worries, Nas. Yeah, we're good, man. They basically, hold on, had to create the utility and the money they lost for now all these new devs to get up to date with this massive reinvention of the wheel they call a utils.js. Oh my god. We just had someone in here earlier today asking about, like, why wouldn't I build it from scratch? That's why. Because everything that doesn't have a library you're consuming, Eisenheim, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, is a thing that you need to document. Are you confident in your ability to document these things you've built for other people to consume? I know, Eisenheim. Yeah. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. A. Yeah, not a single dev likes writing documentation, which means any single thing that you've built from scratch is going to be poorly documented. Yeah, nobody likes writing docs. That's just science, man. We can just embrace that fact. Like, that's just being human as a developer. It's okay. You don't have to like writing docs. No one's going to judge you for it. No one is actually judging you for it. They only look at you sideways when you say you actually like doing so, because you fucking liar, you don't. MOMs? Hold on. What is an MOM in that context? I'm unfamiliar with the term. Minutes of meeting. Oh. Meetings are not documentation. None of the shit said in a meeting is actual documentation. No. I would push back majorly if someone said, like, implement this feature. Here's the minutes of the meeting. Have at it. I quit. Later. Dude, if someone gave me a minutes of a meeting as the documentation for a feature, fuck you. I'm out. I quit. Nah, I quit. I'm good. Thank you, though. Later. Cheers. So no, I've never been on a team where I use the minutes of the meeting to actually derive the spec and then pass a spec off to the junior. Typically, I'm the person that has to do that shit. If the ticket doesn't have everything I need to make the ticket, I push back and say the ticket's incomplete. That's the level of job I've typically done. I know. It means I'm not nearly senior enough. Like, it might be senior, but I'm not a staff or a principal engineer. Sure, I've never worked as a staff or principal engineer. I get it. As a senior, though, if I'm given a ticket and they just say, listen to the meeting notes and then craft the specification, fuck you. No. We can hop on a call and figure it out. No, and I know you didn't make that term. Like, you didn't say senior versus junior, whatever, right? What I'm getting at is simply, like, as a senior engineer at plenty of companies, if I don't have enough information to estimate it, we don't have enough information in the ticket, and it goes back to fucking the drawing board and we figure it out. That is like the healthiest any other team I've worked on has been. I'm not a project manager. No one's expecting me to be one. I've never worked a job in which I needed to actually figure out the ticket for someone else. I will push back on the ticket not having what is needed. So yeah, you didn't frame it as junior versus senior or any of that. I'm framing it that way. As a senior engineer in previous jobs I've had. Now, if it's that fuzzy, we might need a separate meeting to figure out the actual constraints, and you put that shit in the ticket. So I get that in Trexon. That sounds like a broken way of working to me. But if it works for you guys, like, do for it. I get it. Like, shit. Yeah, no problem. I would need, like, a major set of, like, training to opt into an environment like that. I would consider that a broken process. from the previous jobs I've had. Yeah. No. What it sounds to me is like you're reinforcing the idea that it's a broken process. Right? You're agreeing that it's a broken process. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so you can disagree, but it sounds like a broken process to me. There's definitely like a thing. And I would actually agree with that there in Trexon. 25 people on the team is just a daily stand-up that never gets anything done. It's just terrible. No, that's a broken process. A daily stand-up with more than 8 people in it is a broken stand-up. Yeah, that sounds to me like just bad management. Like, y'all are wasting way too much time on bullshit. You should be breaking those teams up further. Nah, I just think you guys are not breaking up your teams properly. I simply think those teams could be broken up better. I don't know your company, so I can't say that categorically. You might push back and say I'm just wrong, and I might be wrong. But it sounds to me like those teams need to be broken up better. I don't know. I just don't know, man. I've never worked on teams that big. I've never worked at an organization that big. That's on me. When all commit to the same code base, I mean, I disagree. Google is an entire monorepo. Every single commit to Google is within the same monorepo. There are ways to break that up better. If Google can make it work, your org can too. Even within modules, there are sections of those modules or whatever that could be broken up. I simply disagree. I don't think anyone is actually like putting in the effort to do so because some people are just coasting. I hear you saying that. Come on, man. We had a single developer at GetKraken, the company I work for right now, rewrite 500,000 lines of TypeScript code from Flow to TypeScript. Sorry, like 500,000 lines of JS code. One dev can do that. But they have to be a really good fucking dev. And yes, John Alden at our company is that kind of dev. He's just that good. He's so good. Like, he's really fucking smart. But I just want to point out, like, yes, you can do 500,000 lines of a change and make it work if you trust the person leading that charge. So that's a little tougher, right? You also have to trust them to handle that many lines. And yes, having chatted with John Alden, dude, I trust him to handle those lines, for sure. I get it. CMDL. Like, yeah, you're not wrong. You're 100% right. You have to trust people to do some of these things. And yes, if you have a dev who cares and does this shit on their side time, oh my God, you absolutely trust them to do so. And you have to. Right? Trust is a currency. And we have at least one dev at our company that I 100% trust to do things like that. But they've built up that currency over years of being the person that just knows, you know? And yes, I plan on making a YouTube video about that for Get Kraken, about how we did that migration. I want to give that talk at like meetups and all sorts of shit, like conferences and blah, blah, blah. Like, oh my God. I interviewed this dude and chatted about it. I probably have like follow-up questions I need to ask for like actually making the talk. But man, this dude is super fucking smart. There are a bunch of really good devs at Get Kraken. I don't think anyone would push back on me saying John Alden is our best dev. I don't think a single dev at the company would push back on that. Okay? Let me just point that out. It's really cool to like have conversations and chat about this stuff with them. Because also, I care about programming in a way that not that many other devs actually give a shit. So I've been able to have a conversation with this dude about like Rust and Zig and like other languages and shit. Like, dude, there's not a single other person at the company that gives a shit. You know, like, oh my God. So I've been able to at least engage our best developer in really fun conversations. And I'm just the developer advocate, man. Shit. Like, I don't know. Let me just point out. I'm the company bullshit artist. But I try and bullshit as little as I possibly can. I try to actually speak to what I know. And I think there's value in that. I try and bullshit as little as possible. As a developer advocate, it does require a little bit of bullshit, though. Your productivity doubled once you were allowed to use swear words in private chats. Oh, that's so good. Not just private chats, private repos as comments, etc. I get it. If you just had a thing rewrite your comments with equivalent swear words, like swear words, right? Like fuck, just substitute it for fudge. Like that's what like LLMs would be really good at. And oh shit, that might be like a really good use case for an LLM. The pull request cleaner. Yeah, let your developers swear. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. Did I say fuck it and who gives a shit? I mean, whatever and have fun. We might be honest, like, dude, is this a product I could sell? Yeah, your engineers just want to swear. They don't want to edit themselves. We can edit them for you. Boom, nailed it. I believe that's a GitHub action we could actually like launch up to the marketplace and charge people money for. All right, shit. All right, hold on. This is business viable. Oh. That's not a bad idea. I'm dragging this up to the very top. Nailed it. I'm into it. That's such a good idea. Patent pending. No, like, really good idea, honestly. Like, shit, man. Did you not look at how many ideas I have? If you're not recording every idea you have in a fucking Trello board or some list, you're fucking up. You're gonna forget this shit. Come on, man. Just record it for later. Fuck it. Like, just do it. Just do it. Record every idea you have and then sort and filter it later. Maybe delete things if they're really just a bad idea. Like, you can do that. But if you don't record it and put it somewhere, you don't even have the chance to delete it later because it's gone forever. You have ideas all the time. I'm saying this at every single person watching. You have ideas all the fucking time. How many of them do you think you actually remember when you have them? You can only maintain like 10 in working memory. That's it. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, literally. Like Stephen King has even said so. I can only maintain like 10 story ideas in working memory. When a new one comes in that's just so good, it pushes out something else. You know what? You're fucking up if you didn't record that something else somewhere when it's pushed out of your working memory. You're fucking up, like, really badly. You have good ideas all the time. Just write them down somewhere. I don't care if it's fucking Trello. I don't care if it's Jira. I don't care where you put it. If it's just notes, right? Here on Mac OS, it doesn't matter. But if you're not writing it down, it's gone forever. And you're fucking up because of it. All right? I just have to be so like mean about that one because that's something I care very much about. You have too many ideas. And I mean that for every single person watching. You have too many ideas. You can't record the good ones and keep them at all times. You're gonna forget one. You can only maintain 10 really good ideas in your head at any given moment. So when a new one comes in, you're pushing another out. Put that shit in a list somewhere. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Like, what do you have to lose? Come on, man. If you don't have to believe me, but just try it. Just try it. Put all of your ideas in a list and come back a month later. Are there ideas that you forgot about? There will be. 1000%. Come on. You have ideas all the time. You cannot possibly maintain all of your good ideas in working memory. It's just not possible, okay? You don't have to believe me. Just try it. Just try it. All right, so hold on. I got tagged in some thing. Oh, that's SquiggleConf. Yeah, no. SquiggleConf is such a good fucking event. Oh my god, I love it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no worries. No stress. We're at 10 p.m. basically on this stream. Have we lost some steam? Yeah, we lost some steam. I get it. This stuff we need to do, we haven't done. We should probably do that when we get back here on Monday, right? Dude, this song's like way heavier than I expected. Honestly, though, like, Russian Circles is super good. Super fucking good. So, yeah, give them a shot. Not every song is the thing. The album before this is probably better, like Station or whatever they called it. They have another one or two. Who are we gonna go raid? Wait, why am I following Guy Judge? Hold on, Biotechnic. 1 second. Ooh, so Biotechnic, what I would get at is, yes, if you're taking your ideas and you're validating it against ChatGPT, they will always give you like the positive version of that. You need to talk to actual users and see if they'd actually use your product, because ChatGPT is not a paying customer. Damn, this song's fucking heavy. Ooh. Oh. Man, it was so heavy, I just sneezed. Woo! But yeah, Biotechnic, like, nah, just seriously, man, like, you can use, like, ChatGPT all you want. ChatGPT will not validate a business for you. I'm sorry, like, the sneezes are bullshit. Ignore those. They don't matter. God damn. God damn. All right, so Snowcone is doing a 12-hour stream for Chinese New Year. Okay. They didn't even need like the for reason. Like if they just said they were doing a 12-hour stream, we'd be good to go. Ashley the Bear, I see you over there. How dare you leave this stream and go over? No, I'm kidding. No, I get it. Snowcone is cooler than I get it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Don't second guess yourself over it like shit. All right? Like, come on. Snowcone is a better stream. She is... I don't think she's ever been a jerk on stream. I'm a jerk all the time. So just saying, like, dude, come on. We go raid Snowcone. Almost 9 hours. Like, we're not even close to 9 hours. We're like rounding down to 8. Come on, man. Like, be cool. No, I'm not going for anything. Like, yeah, I stream when I want to stream. There's no goal. There's no, like, thing we're trying to do. Like, I stream when I want to stream. I'll see you again soon. No big deal. Fuck yeah. But let's go say hi to Snowcone, who doesn't stream nearly as many hours. So if you want to watch their stream, when they go live, like, you should definitely, like, subscribe and be there. And Kevin, hold on, I'll be over on gaming stream. Come on, man. Right? We can chat and hang out there. Like, no big deal. If you want, I'll play some League. Shit. No big deal. I don't mind. I just got to cook some food first. I need to make sure I eat food tonight. Because I think I forgot food last night. All right, hold on. This song's going fucking crazy. I don't want to hear that in my ears right now. All right, later. Sorry. BRB.